Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream just as soon as I juggle my windows and do my things. Hey there, Gray. I'm probably going to get off to a bit of a slow start, but I got some kind of maintenance stuff to do. What that means is I have more music for the meter, and I've also done some new work on the meter, so it might be a good idea to, I don't know, do an additional change to make sure I have something to upload, and then posting it to the GitHub in its usual place, because I've added a new thing, and my job is going to become, let's see, busting these things down to individual songs, and then we'll probably have a look at them using Content ID so that I don't actually have to worry about having the stream getting knocked off, because we're getting closer and closer to me being able to start evergreens. In fact, I just watched a React channel this morning, Just JP, reacting to a police song that I have available to use. And so there's that. So the way I do this part, and I'll sort of ramp up and get going this way, is like this. I'm actually going to grab the record too while I'm at it. There's the one. And then here's the other ones. Van Halen's first, Fair Warning, 1984. And it's going to be interesting to see to what extent do these act like the police albums of the first one having, in fact, I went and checked it out, and the first one does indeed have some characteristics that aren't present in 1984. With the police albums, the first ones are very high in what I'm calling the hype rating. But firstly, let's so More No Feeling. Then there's Peace of Mind, and then there's Foreplay Long Time. I don't always take every single song off of these, because the idea is, of course, to do specifically the hits off of them. But this is what my process looks like making these. And this is what I have to do for the entire stack, and I can show you that I've done this a lot. Quite a lot, in fact. And I'm still doing it. But I'm also keeping records. In fact, I will set that off to the side for anybody who wants to see it, because this is the beginning of a ranking system. As long as I have time to play all of these through at normal speed, because I don't currently have a way of doing this in nonlinear speed. I can see what the meter stuff does. So let's see. Copy, new, paste. And we hear that coming in. That's still silence. So I can edit that out. And you can just barely hear it starting. So before it starts, I will fade in. Then go to the end bit. That's the first note of the final song. This is not going to, it gets really time consuming when they're all crackly and stuff. And there are some of them where I'm literally going to be wanting to develop a decrackler just to deal with some of this stuff. It gets a little unreasonable. It gets kind of outrageous. But for now, I deselect, and that's the hottest peak in the entire track, and that's clearly a musical waveform and not a pop or crackle. So as I'm doing with all of these, everything gets normalized to 0 unless it is so intentionally quiet of a song that I'll normalize it to like -1 or -2. Because some of them are clearly not meant to even be full volume. Some of them are just so clearly meant to be on the quieter side. But that's rare. That's like 1 in 100 tracks that are obviously intended to not be heard, even with the peaks going to full volume ever. And so what we can do is, first of all, hit save and go to my vinyl. It's a new vinyl is what I'm calling it. And I've just saved it called Untitled because I'm dumb and sometimes I do things that way. So what I'll do is I'll save it again with a real name, which means I'll have to go to Save As, and this time not save it as Untitled. I don't know why I did that. That was just straight up dumb. Big deal. And seeing as I've done a whole bunch of stuff in recent days, this is going to be a day of pretty much just hanging out and doing some of this stuff to get the morning started. We're probably going to jump into Cream Code or something, the follow-up reverb this afternoon, or possibly not. I don't know. It depends. Depends upon where I'm at with it. My experience is it's all very well doing this stuff where it's like, oh my God, that's amazing. How did you do it? And people don't usually consider like 5 straight years of drudging along like this to get to that point, or what it takes to do collections of records like you see just over my face on the screen, and how you go about rating those. Because that is the hype list, but that's not the only list. I'll show you. And I'm having my Buddy coffee. Again, that is just coffee, but it has a little cinnamon and cayenne added to the coffee grounds, which makes it interesting that way. There's a little B vitamin, a little stevia, but it's mostly about the cinnamon and a bit of cayenne to make it even hotter. And now that we've saved that, let's go to the Content Peak Effect stack, where you can see the next thing. And I am going to put it on Content Hide D and not Bit Shift Gain. But you might notice this little thing up in the corner, which is about the size as this other thing. This other thing is a reset button so that you can do multiple ones, and that exists, but this is new. And what it is 2 different forms of measuring, and I'll show you both of them. So if we play it this way, I'm not piping it through to the stream directly, but you can kind of hear what I'm doing. And here's how the hit record thing is coming along at this time. Oh, gotta bounce back to there. This is with the little slider here cranked all the way to the right. That is hype mode. And I'm expecting it to do a lot on this Boston record. And that is because, for one, the advertising for this record is all about like, oh my God, listen to the record. Can you believe it? Just listen to it. Holy shit, listen to this thing. And that typically means like AC/DC levels of energy and hype in the sound so that people respond to it in exactly that way. But I have an additional measurement because I was trying to come up with ways of representing tracks like Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. Stuff like that. Because if I just do the hype meter, things don't work out for equally good hits like that are not wildly exciting. And you can see in the hype meter that the stuff on the screen above me is my hype folder. And it has copied everything over to there. And you can hear one thing about Boston is, yep, they are absolutely cranking the hit record sound. And all of that stuff with hitting the right balance between peak energy, not RMS necessarily, peak energy, and slew rate. I'm going to turn it down because it's not like you can really hear it properly anyway. And we've even got the thing where at the end of the song, the energy continues to rise. The guitar solo is sitting in a place tonally where it's going to those places. It's going to, and I am not at all surprised because this is one of those examples of an out-of-the-box massive hit record that everybody just was immediately like, yup, let's sell 1 million copies of this. And they did, and people bought them. It's constructed. Tom Scholz constructed this sound just like Mutt Lange constructed the sound for Def Leppard and influenced the sound for AC/DC, did not actually construct it. The interesting thing about the AC/DC, for instance, as you see above me, we've got You Shook Me All Night Long and Let There Be Rock rating as highly as this for hype level. But Let There Be Rock is not that broad of an appeal. It's kind of hardcore. It maximizes on the hype level meter, but it does not maximize with the other meter that can also represent things like Fleetwood Mac. And Fleetwood Mac is pretty lively, but you know, one of the things about this stuff is that as a whole, what you see is, oh yeah, you don't have to wait for this. It will probably take me 20 minutes to an hour to update everything and have a built version of literally this one that you're looking at. I'm just going through some of these final details here because I spend hours doing this and I might as well do it on stream. People ask, like, what is this about? What are you doing? So I can hit stop, and we know that this Boston album has made it to AA ranking. In fact, we have in fact saved it, so if I go to Boston More Than a Feeling, it should be okay in the application if I rename it. I'm throwing in a tilde to make it sort properly, but this is another AA on the hype record meter. That means I have to scooch it up here, then copy it into there, and see now we have a new addition for that. But, there is more than just hype to making hit records. Music is not entirely about what makes people the most overwhelmingly exciting, although that always works. Like, this purely hype level meter, it does contain stuff that absolutely works. Like you can go from top to bottom, and the stuff on the top really just changed things and was a big deal, or introduced bands, breakout hits, stuff like that. Albums such as Revolver and the White Album that basically just transformed the world, and we're still dealing with them. But let's see now. So I'm going to copy this over to, I'm going to Option drag it to this other folder. And you see it's the same thing, except for it doesn't have any letters to the side of it, and I'll tell you why. Because the other meter produces readings that look like this. Oh, it has to be playing in order for it to work. So watch this. We'll start over. But now I set it to the opposite extreme. This is now vibe metering. And I'm defaulting the meter to pretty much halfway. I'm going to do a little comparison between hype and vibe for this list. That's my initial list, but then I'm going to start over again, which means manually renaming all of these things in the Finder, but you can't have everything. And doing the combination of those things. But like, watch what the blue stuff is doing. It shouldn't throw it off too bad, me just wiggling it temporarily. In particular, as it's just gone out of sight here. Watch what happens to the blue stuff as I move this. What's happening is as you go to hype meter, it's highlighting the existing extremely loud and bright sounds, because the louder they are in peak energy, the brighter they have to be in order to compensate. So those get a lot louder. But then if you've got stuff sort of in the middle range, sitting between peaks between 12 dB and 6 dB down. These are the vibe peaks, and the vibe peaks and slew brightnesses. And you can see that they actually also, you can see down here, even that is also shifting. So what's going to happen with this one is probably that it is going to rank higher on hype meter than on this vibe meter. But all of these are dealing with sort of two different measurements, because I did a lot of tricky stuff. Part of the reason for the vibe meter is that there were songs that I knew were extremely influential, but were not rating high on hype. For instance, one of them, and I don't know if I have it in the hype versus vibe meter, I might, but no, it would be really low, is In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. So there's stories behind that one as well. The story behind that one, apart from that it led to a ginormous hit album for Phil Collins, is that Ahmet Ertegun of Atlantic freaked out over how good the song was. And when somebody would come in bringing a song like, oh my God, this is an amazing hit, check this out, Ahmet would be like, okay, first sit down, listen to this. And he'd put on In the Air Tonight. And once it had finished, he would go, okay, so you still think that you're amazing? And oh, and interestingly, look at this. This is an area where the hype factor is quite a lot larger for this, but then the vibe factor is not really off the charts here. There's different things register for the different settings. And the reason I have settings on this meter, one is to forestall the problem that it would create of having a working hit record meter that only deals with hype. I was hanging out with some friends this weekend, and they were very excited to hear about this. They're like, "Do you realize what you have?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been doing this work for years." Also, let me take a moment and then let me put this back. And on the vibe meter, we have an A rather than a double A. And so I'm going to try to find where I put it, because I know I copied it over here. I just have to remember what it is I'm even doing and how I'm doing it. Let's see. So it was one of the double A's. Boston is what I'm doing. And I should have copied. Oh, yep, I copied it over, but it was a double A, and so. Oh, and double A is less than, tilde is less than space. So my alphabetization has gone weird. No problem. Got there. So here's pretty much what we're looking at on a track-by-track basis. And maybe I'll go through here continuing to do these. I also shut off ads. I'm not sure why it keeps turning that stuff on. I have to set it up so that it won't. It's just annoying at this stage. Isn't really helping me. Weirdly, this work isn't really helping me all that much, except for that it is helping things not decline for me, and I appreciate that immensely. I know there are other people in the plugin business who are suffering a decline at the moment because things are a little more rough than they have to be. Let's see if let's save this stack. Let's show that and then save the stack. I think it would even save my settings, but we'll find out. We'll find out whether I save the stack and it continues to hold the same meter settings when it starts up again. But so that was walking us through the various meanings of Boston's More Than a Feeling. And I've copied it over to its various places. So the next one is Peace of Mind. And I believe that, so this would be Foreplay Long Time. Sure enough. And yeah, so consider this like a Minecraft-like stream, in that I feel like a lot of the stuff that I'll be doing today is just walking through this stuff, and I can answer questions on live chat quite easily. This is not the most high intensity. Like I need to get a certain amount of focus, but only to a point, because I'm quite willing to just go slowly and be kind of dumb and do the best I can with it. Here's the beginning of the next one. And yeah, I've got all of the, I should probably set the audio output to the stream for some of this. Not necessarily all of it, but I'm definitely going to, like when I get into the Van Halen, for instance, it'd be fun to peek through a bit of like Eruption or something, so you can hear what those tones actually sounded like off of that first album. Because it's not what you think. It sounds as deep as a Cream album. It's insane. And there, That is the beginning of foreplay long time, that it's that loud as it starts. Also, it looks like I'm going to have a little bit in the way of declicking, so we'll do that. This is what my declicking looks like before I develop a plugin for it. Boop. The duration of that doesn't really change the tempo or pitch of any of the sounds very much, so it turns out I'm able to do that pretty good. And we just go boop and take out those clicks. And I do that fairly often for some of these. But that is not a click, that's a waveform. But I bet you this might be. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong, this is a proper waveform. You gotta zoom in to see them. They can look a little bit like stuff that's a click until you zoom in and see what it actually is. So I believe I have already done the fade out, yes? Yeah, it looks like it. Check to see that the loudest sound is in fact a waveform rather than a pop or a click. And do my normalize. It is possible that I could run through all of this quicker if I really pushed it, but there's like, I have a long row to hoe before I am finished with all the stuff that is coming to fruition here. So let's zoom in on doing a save for this. And we're going to plunk this down in a hype first, and this time not actually save it as untitled. I should go and dig up the other one where untitled lives, but I haven't bothered to. That's not going to be too much of a problem. And peace of mind. Is it capped? Yes, it is. I'm keeping the capitalization the same as it is on the albums. That is interesting for things like Police albums, where sometimes the capitalization bounces around a little bit. Some of those early albums, some of the words are actually not capitalized. And so I've included things like, for instance, by the time of Zenyatta Mandata, they're writing the titles in all caps, and so we're going to capitalize everything. But for some of the earlier stuff, it actually doesn't. So let's save that, and let's go and find the untitled that I plunked in there and remove it, because we've saved it twice. There we go. Yeah, you'll notice I have a wide range of stuff in here. And I'm going to go through and measure some of these things. For instance, I just plunked that down into hype. This is probably a fine time for me to copy it over, actually. Because we're just making a copy is all. And same deal. Effect stack. It did, in fact, it is the default setting. So it's not saving all the settings, and that's a little funny. I'm not really quite sure why that is, but go figure. Peak. And again, the little knob, it's vibe to hype. And the reason it's just the little knob without any labeling is because I struggled for 2 hours to try to write these words in different places and wasn't able to do a damn thing about any of it. I was deeply stuck with just having the centered label, because that's fairly easy to do, and then the reset button on this side, and I was able to put this anywhere I wanted. I was able to have no label under it, but I was not able to draw words to either side of it because I was only able to draw the words in the middle here. You can tell it to be like left or right justified, and all it does is it plunks it to the very edge of the screen, and nothing that I could do could make it change. So that was a big giant fail. But this is actually not, because this is a peace of mind, and how that one registers on the peak happy meter. They should be all pretty consistent, but we'll see. In fact, that's one of the characteristics of a hit record like this, is they came up with the sound and they just continue to use the sound. The guitar tones are not really different. There's just about 4 of them or so, and then that's what you use. Drum sounds are all very consistent. Mutt Lange was doing that on Def Leppard records, and very likely also on AC/DC and everything else, where you spend extra time to get one sound nailed down, and then you apply that sound to everything on the album. That's very much what's going on here. You're not having like experimentation with, there's a different mid-range in this track. They're all very consistent, track by track, sound by sound. And let's wiggle the meter a little bit. I'm going to wiggle it to vibe only. Pretty much what happens is when you wiggle it to vibe only, nothing gets boosted all that much, but some of the energy gets cut. And that tells you a story there. It tells you that this particular sound is hype-oriented. This particular sound is not nearly as much vibe-oriented. But we do have some variations on that, and maybe I will run one of those next while I'm in the process of working through. And it can go quicker if I'm not actually listening to each track. What I'm doing is listening to each track because this is the first experience that I have with Boston on the meter. And it'll be the first experience I have with properly recorded Van Halen on the meter. And, you know, a lot of stuff like that, working through these tracks takes time. This is looking to be not registering as high as More Than a Feeling, but it's probably going to break into the AA. I've got the positions worked out where if it breaks into this top area, yeah, and it has, the guitar solo it does, it is the AA. If it busts above here, it's AAA, and then if it goes entirely off the top, it is quadruple A. That is not a common thing. In fact, I'm not sure if I've got anything that does that, but it's a matter of which one does it and where. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the vibe meter pegs for Def Leppard because it's so optimized for this kind of sound. And it's more 80s. This is a little more 70s. It's a little more, the bulk and loudness of it is a bit bigger, whereas Def Leppard is designed to have a broader frequency response, and it takes up a little more space. And so you wind up with all your peaks, instead of sitting up here, they're sitting down here more. In particular, when the guitars on Def Leppard sit quieter than the guitars on this. One way to make anything in a mix seem like this is the thing with star quality is make it louder. That's a trick that pretty much always works. That's interesting. That is a guitar that's sitting down at Def Leppard levels for that distorted rhythm guitar. It's not nearly as loud as you'd think. And watch this. If I flip it over to vibe measurement, those now get larger. This stuff that's in the Def Leppard zone, boop, it gets significantly more hit recordy if we're measuring by vibe. And so that's going to be interesting to see how that affects things, because this is actually going to be a measurement of measuring by hype level. And again, this is going to be a AA. Probably everything in the entire damn album is going to be. And so now that we're fading out, we're going to hit reset when it wraps. And now we're set to vibe measurement. And we're going to rate the one on the hype folder as a AA. But now we're going through it again. I'm probably going to just dump the rest of these to the folders without actually measuring them. But I wouldn't mind going in and checking out some of these things in my Vibe folder, just a little spot check to see where they sit. As you probably can't even see on the folder, I got Vangelis Chariots of Fire in here, and Yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart, and they rate as E. That's a far cry from pegging the top of the meter, but that's exactly what I designed the vibe measurement for. I think Boston more or less just balances it out, which suggests for the default setting of the meter, when it starts up as halfway between vibe and hype, and I think that's probably the best choice for getting a real general sense of stuff. It also suggests, I mean, if I had all the time in the world, and who's to say I don't, I would like to go through literally all of these songs measured against vibe and measured against hype to make like CDs of MP3s of all this that I can throw in the car. So it can be the speeding and the cruising playlists. And the playlist for hype would be all of the highest rating hype things, period. Everything that would fit onto a CD. Or a CD recordable. I burn a CD to bring into the car. And then the vibe would be all of the highest rating vibe ones. Because I've already got so many tracks in here that I can't fit them, even if I make a relatively low bed, like 160K MP3. I still can't fit all these songs onto one disk. And I've already got some of this set up. Looks like we're going to make it into AA. I made it into AA years ago. So this is a really bad example of there being a difference between these two settings, because Boston pretty much hits a sweet spot between these two forms of measurement. And they're really quite different. The code makes them be really quite different as far as what triggers it. I can have stuff that is very low on one meter be very high on another, and vice versa. And that's intentional. Because my goal for being able to use it, once this actually starts coming out, once this actually starts being a thing, is as you are mixing a song, and remember, like, this is going to exist in console X bus that will have this meter built into it. And here's our full vibe. And that heavy guitar might not have all the hype in the world because it's quite quiet, but it's loaded with vibe. And so even though it is RMS like 6, 12, 18, 24 dB down or more, RMS-wise, it still carries its weight. And that's one of the things that I developed the vibe section for, because like I started talking about Ahmet Ertegun, and he would use, maybe I can even, I'll run that comparison for you next, and see how it's fading out and it's still holding the attention even as it fades in. So peace of mind actually has stronger vibe than more than a feeling. More than a feeling scores an A. Peace of mind scores a AA. So I'm thinking maybe let's quickly save, like I do have to work my way through these. This is something I need to do in order to do this work, is I got to be able to cover this. So let's see. Yep. Expand it outwards a little bit and copy, new, paste. I don't know why it keeps putting them over here, but it does. Little trimming. That's where it starts. Take out a couple of those clicks. There's the keyboard. It's going to be funny seeing that in the meter, except we're not going to look at this one in the meter. I want to just burn through the rest of these and move on. But not before declicking some of these clicks, because they're actually so quiet that you can just delete them. When I deal with some of the Rolling Stones that I've got, I'm going to need to make a declicker to deal with them. And that's going to be an interesting process, I tell you. But it's fine. Everybody's got to do something. I'm going to have to make a declicker. It's probably going to use techniques similar to what I'm using in the reverbs, i.e., I want to start doing like Bezier curve construction in order to work out what the likely shape of a waveform would be in the absence of the clicks. So we'll figure that stuff out. For now, here's our loudest peak. That is clearly not a click. I'm going to put this in the overall folder because we're not actually going to measure this one, although I'll show you a brief glimpse of what the intro actually looks like on the meter. Bearing in mind this is now normalized so that the peaks go up to 0. This could just very well blow your mind. This is the first thing they'd fix in, like CDs and remasterings and stuff, is they would make that be literally as loud as everything else. So complete and total dynamic inversion. You don't necessarily want that. And I'm going to try to learn to type, and I wonder whether I'm going to be able to save that. Signs point to yes. Also, I did not get something about you or let me take you home tonight off of side 2, so I got 3 other songs to do here. They're shorter songs. And yeah, as promised, effect stacks. Content peak. I'm actually going to send that through to SWB audio capture. So yeah, 7 people. Enjoy. It's content hide deed, and so I'm not going to play the entire track because I just don't feel like having stuff be mysteriously, I'm fine with having stuff claimed when I set up the video to be that from the get-go. That it's like, okay, this is somebody else's property. It's for learning purposes to be able to see what this does compared to this. But I don't want my streams to act that way because it would just get overwhelming. There would be so many things in there. And so now you're getting the accurate volume of what this sounded like. Compared to the the bursts of sound. And now I can't hear it. But you're hearing of little snippets of, oh God, I have neglected a thing. I'm going to set it to, actually it doesn't matter, does it? I'm not measuring this one. I was just showing you where this dynamic level sits relative to this dynamic level. And this, of course, is not even the loudest of peaks. And if we have it at max peak, max hype, it's at max. The shifting is between hype and vibe. You see where the hypest sounds are hitting, and they tend to be hitting in the lows. It's not just the brightest sound. You got all of the kinds of stuff going on. And we'll move on to do some other things now. But yeah, so the loudest noise that you can make out of stuff like that is an interesting scenario there. That it is, the old vinyl records can have incredibly quiet stuff going on. So let's see now. I want to continue doing this first album of Boston, so I got to bounce the audio back to where I can hear it so that I can find where I'm at. First song is Rock and Roll Band. Okay, so this is Hitch a Ride, and this is Rock and Roll Band into Smokin'. Smokin' is, I guess, a longer track. Yeah, maybe they've got times written on the record. Let me see. They do. And you can also kind of see, looking at the grooves. So Rock and Roll Band's 259, Smokin' is 444, Hitch a Ride is 318. So that's close to a 5-minute song. So this area will be Rock and Roll Band. That area will be Smokin'. That area will be Hitch a Ride. And then I skipped something about you and Let Me Take You Home Tonight. Which is a bit sad because, well, no, Smokin' is Brad Delp too. Let Me Take You Home Tonight is the literally Brad Delp song without Tom Schultz. All of side one was Schultz only, but then the lead singer did get involved in other songs, which is good. I'd like to appreciate him to the extent that you can. And it's a sad story. That is one of the troubled people of the rock and roll industry. And boop. So here's patented Rockman sound, except for this wasn't really Rockman, but it was sort of studio-based, using a real amplifier forms of that process. He was getting a guitar sound through hyping it up in a particular way. And that's Smokin'. So this part is not actually audio. This part is some kind of funny rumble. Let's see what it is. Yep. I don't know why there was that big wiggle there. I don't remember thumping things or anything like that, but all the same, there it is. Gotta wonder what frequency is that. I don't even hear it as a note. That's a low frequency. It could have been part of the record mastering lathe. You can never tell when these things start to get involved. But if I do this with it, then it's not going to be an objectionably loud rumble. Is that a click or is it a drum hit? It is absolutely a drum hit. Do I have any clicks in here to deal with? Nope, those are drum hits too. As long as I save it, I can go in and deal with clicks later. And that's what I'm doing with some of my Rolling Stones, like the album Let It Bleed that I got is just super trashed, which is quite sad. But I can try to develop a declicking plugin, and we'll see how that goes. I don't think I've ever quite had one. And now, save to new vinyl. Attempt to type. And rock and roll band. This is likely to be one of the hugest scorers on my meter. I just figure, like, this blew the lid off of everything for these guys. That and More Than a Feeling. How do they spell it? With an ampersand. It's also completely fiction. It was basically Tom Schultz in the studio doing like a rock and roll version of the Aphex Twin thing, just holding up with gear and making the magic noises. This was not a rock and roll band pursuing the story outlined in the story. That was completely and totally made up. But I mean, it's a good story. It worked. That's a click. So from here to here, there's that big wiggle. And there's the beginning of smoking. This is a very hype song. I'm almost tempted to specifically measure this one just because I know how unbelievably hype it is. It just explodes with energy throughout. So it's going to register higher on the hype. Well, I guess we can find out, but maybe we'll find out later. And then Hitch a Ride would score very much higher on the vibe meter without necessarily scoring as high in the hype meter. And then we normally set it to halfway between for a really good picture of what generally appeals to people. And now here we go with zooming in and finding the big giant awful click that I need to edit out. And normally the way that I do these is I'm not going to try to go so far that it completely takes every little bit of noise out. There will be a slight discontinuity. Sometimes when I declick stuff, I try to make it seamless, and other times I'm just leaving some of it there. This was the only click. This is the loudest noise. And there it is. We'll save that. We'll go and do Hitch a Ride, and then I'm going to show you some other stuff on the meter that I wanted to check out and that I would like to have in these two measurements, of which I'm only beginning to do the vibe one. I have barely done any of these other ones. I have the entire hype list copied over twice, but I've not used it. Boston smoking. And ampersand, no, apostrophe. And this is my routine on many days that I'm not streaming, is kind of grinding away. I have to remind myself to do stuff that's actually like fun and not work. This usually tends to resemble work a lot more, honestly. To be perfectly honest, doing it like this type of stuff really kind of acts like work It's just not very high stress work. It's just derping along, repeatedly doing all of this. If I get stuff wrong, it doesn't really matter very much. And then I get to use the audio clips to learn from and to tune in my meters and things on. And let's see, it goes right up to something about you. So let's see. And again, I am willing to, I would bet that this score is higher on the vibe meter than the hype meter, to the point that I'm willing to save it to that folder, and we'll do that experiment right now and find out. Firstly, what's our largest hit? Our largest, loudest sound is in here. And it still sounds very, it's not the loud, screamy stuff. That is a sound that is warmer, rounder. And like I said I was going to do, first drop it into the hype meter section. Which is not to say it doesn't have very hype moments in it, because it does. And I've heard this song before. I'm going to patch it through into the stream so that I can watch what it does, but then you can hear the little snippets of what this sounds like twice over as I measure it each time. Because of course it's not going to change the sound, and it's also not changing the position of any of the dots. It just changes the blue tint of them. That's the idea, is the blue tint is the interpretation of what those dots mean. And that is subject to my algorithm. And let's see. Looks like that ought to work. And having got here with it, I can option drag it over to here, and then we'll compare that one. And then we'll check out the vibe levels as some of these ones, for instance, which rate very, very lowly, like for hype, for instance. Like clearly the last thing you would want for an incredibly hype song would be Police T in the Sahara. If you know this song, you know, like, okay, yeah, that's about the chillest thing you could imagine. It's very quiet. It doesn't have a lot of screaming or anything like that. Similarly with Every Breath You Take. Weirdly, Synchronicity 2 rates very low for hype. And I'm thinking that's because it's mostly quieter. And so its loudest peaks are not going to be like the loudest peaks of Birthday or Taxman or Let There Be Rock, which is a great example of all hype and no vibe. And we'll compare that in a moment. But so here we have two different copies of this available, and this one is the one that is currently set up. As promised, let me set it up for piping straight through to the stream and go to the content peak so that I can study it, but also let people hear what it is doing. And away we go. Set to maximum hype. We're testing hype levels first. And you can probably already see if I wiggle this control to the vibe section, it gets considerably stronger. This is going to rate higher for vibe than for hype. Even as it starts kicking in, I can wiggle it a little bit and we'll find out. I have stated my guess that that's what's going to happen. But this is a Boston album. So even on the chill songs, it sets up sections where it's kind of trying to learn names, just not as aggressively as like on Smokin', for instance, where it's real screamy, it has real screamy keyboards, it's got everything just cranking away at full crank. And yeah, it's probably me going in and fussing with the code to push a new version with all of these changes included. I can change the length of that slider, except for I'm not sure there's any. But the idea for the slider is that you should be able to tune it according to what you're trying to accomplish. Because it does tailor the response line to what you're trying to accomplish. If you set it for hype only, it's going to punish you if you don't produce hype. Whereas if you set it for vibe, then you need to push it a little bit if you're pushing too hard, and you'll be able to maximize for that. And then the balance between those two extremes is probably where most stuff is going to show up best. I think it leaves a, see, it's made it to grade A for hype, but it's probably not going to go much higher than that. And I feel like it's going to tend to go higher in vibe because it's never really going to let up in vibe. It's going to always continue to have the energy. And you're hearing it basically at full crank on a record, so it's not quite as abrasive as it would be if it was Loudness War CD bursting in on you like that. Oh, look at it go. Is it going to go higher? I don't know. Maybe I'll see with the speakers. It doesn't look like it's going to quite reach AA, but maybe it will. It's hit record behavior, that's for damn sure. It wants to make it into the AA zone, and it will not. It won't quite make it there. You look at that. And that was it. So, Boston Hitch a Ride, rated as, come on, don't do me like that, A, rated as A for hype. Now we're going to take a look at how it does for, I'm going to put it back on the speakers. I'm not sure if you benefit very much from having little bursts of it hit like that, but we're going to set it to full vibe and go from there. And let's see, do I need to do anything else apart from hit reset? I need to do that. I think we're good. So I'm going to go and do some of these vibe tracks just because I want to see how different they become. This is one of those ones where it really kind of goes, no matter which way you look at it, it's going to perform strong. But the reason I keep bringing up Phil Collins' In the Air Tonight is because there's a situation with some of these vibe meter settings. Unfortunately, it's vibe meter settings where I've got it cranked up so far that the Def Leppard track just basically explodes and goes off of the top of the meter immediately. because Muttlange is that good at tuning all of this to get these particular sounds optimized. And I did my level best to make the Phil Collins one do what it needed to without the Def Leppard one just straight up exploding, and I more or less failed. But I did what I could. You shouldn't be able to cheat on a meter like this just by finding exploits, and that's basically what Muttlange does. And to some extent, what Tom Schultz is doing. And yeah, the thing within the Air tonight is that on certain vibe settings, in particular if it's able to register very, very quiet sounds, it tends to shoot way up immediately. The sustaining chords just hit the algorithm super well. And then every time Phil Collins sings, it jacks it up even farther. And the hype level one, it kind of falls apart on the drum fills. But then in the vibe level one, it stays in there. And it just continues to rise and rise. And then on the outro, when Phil Collins is singing harder and harder, with the hype level meter, it just falls off a cliff. But on the vibe meter, it just keeps rising. Even as it keeps getting quieter, it keeps rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. Telling the story that, like, with certain kinds of vibe, with certain kinds of what catches the ear, this is the one that has you desperately listening to him singing louder and louder through the fade. And we will notice on this, the way I interpret what it's doing with this is that it is not falling off as much as it did on the hype meter. It's closer to a gradual, steady build. Doesn't really tend to die away. And that's significant because that's part of the behavior of a hit record, is being able to produce stuff, thinking of things to do, where it continues to do what you see it doing. This is the recipe for hit recordness. Is hitting these sonorities, hitting these kinds of sounds, and arranging in such a way that the excitement doesn't flag, or the vibe doesn't flag, because this is the vibe meter rather than the excitement meter. You combine the two together and take pretty much 50% of both, and that works pretty well. But this is showing on the meter, as we stop it, as it reaches its end, it actually only rated a B. But it rose and rose throughout the entire song until this final end with the guitars, where it just hung in there at this B level. It didn't quite rise to the A level. I am thinking this actually wasn't as humongous a hit as stuff like More Than a Feeling. And that's fine. But it's interesting to see how they shape up and whether it correlated to anything. So here's our vibe measurement of this. I will do my level best at being able to type and do things. And yeah, we've got a lot of stuff going on. For instance, here is a thing that I'm curious about. Because here is Police's Synchronicity 2. And we can throw on the meter, set it to hype, and I've already got it rated. It rates at J. It is extraordinarily unsuccessful as far as it being the hypest song imaginable, which is a little weird because it is overwhelming. But it's using the dynamic range so much that it's not able to do hype levels comparable to like the Beatles' White Album. That's where all the energy is going. Although if the meter is to be believed, the drums are hypey. But there's too much space in the mix for it to be really explosive. And if you shift it, you see other stuff happening, and it lights up a little bit more in the middle section there, which is where most of the energy is happening. If we leave it at only the pure hype meter, it cannot compare with much louder bands like AC/DC. Again, it registers as kind of too vibey for that. All of its attention is being spent around 12 dB down, rather than the loudest possible sounds. The loudest possible sounds are reserved for drums. And so it's just not able to measure up to more compressed, more hyped things like Def Leppard and so on. The energy level shifts. And so what we're going to do is close it, go back. I do have a reading on this for the hype meter, which is J, very far from hit record measurement. But if I start it over again and instead set it to full vibe, I've never done this before, and I'm going to see what it does. And it's still kind of on the quiet side. But we do kind of have a lot of stuff going on. And the score is sort of continuing to rise as we go, which is pretty much what you want. But yeah, in order to register on these meters, and again, this is after the Police became an enormous hit. I'll show you some of the early Police stuff and what that does for the meters. This is what the Police did after producing the level of stardom that they were riding. So to some extent, there's like artistic license going on in here. I've got Police tracks. For instance, the very first Police track, first thing on first album, Next to You. Easy A on the hype meter. I'm actually going to check in with that one and see how it registers on the vibe meter. But it's an easy A in part because it is a loud rock band blasting away. And this is orchestral almost. This is arranged in such a way that it's just, and we have already managed a score higher than the hype meter, even though we're not even close to halfway through. The energy should be continuing to build, and I have every reason to expect that it will. The vocals get more intense as we go. The arrangement gets denser. We have more of those funny sound effects in the background and stuff going on. And everything kind of gets denser as we go. That's one of the secrets to making pop records where people continue to be excited as you go. One of the things that pleases me a lot is that I tried out some of my favorite Yes records on the hype meter, and they rate very highly. You can see on screen that on my hype measurement, I should move it down so that you can see that part. See, hype. Yes off of Fragile actually hits extremely high levels on the hype meter. It's a strong sounding album. It's a dense and loud sounding album, similar to like the White Album On the hype meter, everything off of Abbey Road just dies a death. It is nowhere near as hypey as the Beatles albums done on the red console, the tube console. And that's because it's just that much less dense of a sound. There's that much more space in the sound. And this is, although you will also find that for some of that stuff that scores really well on the hype meter, Beatles also scores really well in vibe meter stuff too, which is hardly surprising. But we can see how as this ends up going into its final stages there, we're using the drums for really loud outbursts. And as a kind of like, this is almost a track where you could have got away with peak limiting it a little bit more. You can see where the drums are so extremely powerful. And I'm curious if it's going to go above I. It's registering as barely higher score than, because again, similarly with the Phil Collins album, the vibe meter is capable of registering when exciting things are happening in the fade. And the hype meter is not able to care about whether anything exciting is happening in the fade, but the vibe meter is. And sure enough, the excitement level is hanging in there. And now it's fading off. So this one made it up to like a hit record level of I. Synchronicity 2 should be around here somewhere. There it is. I think, however, that Synchronicity 1 will rate a lot higher, but we'll find out, because we could try that. So that rate's very, very low. Something like Tea in the Sahara is also going to rate very, very low, but there's a reason for that. And the reason is it is just so quiet. In order to do hit record type sounds, you can't actually have any pauses in there. Doesn't really work very well. I'm pretty sure that Synchronicity 1 is a little different, and I can show you also So Lonely. And then maybe we'll move on and do something else. I'm going to make another cup of coffee at some point. I was making noises about uploading the most recent version of the meter, and I'm pretty sure I can do that, making tiny little insignificant changes to it, and then just doing the upload stuff that you do. I also have all those Van Halen records to edit down into individual songs. I've now done the entire Boston album, but I do also have 3 Van Halen records, or at least most of them, where I need to edit them down to sounds, and then we could see what they do on the meters as well. But for the time being, I wanted to see what this does. We're going to do Synchronicity 1 rated a D on the hype meter, even though this album, and one of the reasons this album contains so much in the way of peak energy, ironically, is that it's one of the first digital masterings. Now, what do I mean by that, seeing as it's a vinyl record? I'll tell you. Back in the day, they were using funny different forms of digital, for instance, mixing onto a sort of pre-DAT DAT that was an open reel tape format and bringing that to the mastering house and cutting the lathe off of that. And that's what you see here. This is Synchronicity 1. And so it's an early form of some kind of, probably a little bit more than 16-bit, but I'm not entirely sure what they had, and probably about 50K. And they used this as the 2-track master to cut the vinyl off of. It's just not digital as we know it. And you do get some of the effect of it's not quite as round, it's not quite as full as some of the stuff done entirely in analog. It doesn't have the level of warmth, but it has a little more high frequency glitter. And the capacity of containing really intense peaks in the drums is way the heck beyond. And what we're going to see is that on the vibe meter, unlike on the hype meter, because you can kind of see, let me scooch it over. Boop. We have enough stuff going on in that 6 to 12 dB downrange that it's able to just fill up the sound in a way it was not set to hype alone. Hype alone, it was basically looking at the loudest of the drum hits. And so hype alone, it rates D. But it's already at an A, and it might even go beyond that for the vibe meter version. And so that's interesting. It suggests that if you were mixing something like this and you were trying to target it, you would end up targeting it kind of like this if you were pushing for vibe at all costs. If you were trying to target hype, this has the raw materials for it, but you have to make everything a little bit louder and probably a little tiny bit darker. You'd have to clip off some of the drum's peaks and keep a careful eye on how bright you're allowing everything to get. But on the vibe level, we're making a break for AA territory. And we're going to get there. Boom. So vibe meter synchronicity 1 does an absolutely great job at getting there. And you can see where all the energy lies. You can see a little cloud of stuff happening, and you can also see it continuing to rise through the fade, which is something I told you about with the Phil Collins track, which might be worth also playing. And so there's our story there. In order to do the hit record thing, you do need to keep things going constantly, which people do now by just like limiting, but you do it in the old school way, making the cloud of peaks and getting this kind of sound to work. You have to do it with arrangement and also compression, not limiting. Instead of limiting, you use compression for it. And the density of everything happening just continues to get denser and denser until you hit the fade. And as that line continues to rise, that's the behavior you're looking for. You don't want it to flag at any point. You want to think of stuff to do that will, like, if you drop down to a quieter sound, it had better be a sound that's dialed in to maximize this effect at whatever level you're targeting. If you're targeting vibe, your amplitude level is going to be a little less. If you're targeting hype, your amplitude level has to be a little higher and everything has to be a little brighter in order to drop down to a single thing without losing energy. It all kind of makes sense. So we rate as a AA. Which also means I have to throw that tilde in there. It's one of the highest measuring vibe things I have done so far. So what else was I wanting to look at? Oh, I remember. So check this out. Should still be consistent. If I set the meter to hype, we should very quickly see what this one's about. The police next to you, you can already hear how much louder it is, how much more pounding it is than synchronicity. And that's where that energy is coming from. Everything's just a little louder, a little raunchier. You can hear it being noisy in that sort of old Beatles way. It's like noisy and sonorous rather than being like big and 80s and spaced out. Instead, it's kind of got a little garagey feel to it. It's got that sort of 60s feel to it a little bit. Although the zero cross meter is telling another story. The zero cross meter is telling that we've got a lot of low frequencies. But then when they're cranking, this is what the zero cross looks like here. We've got a lot of high frequency information and we don't have much room to fit in the bass. And then they keep going. This should be getting up to an A in the final output as the final chorus goes, and then they sort of double up the chorus, which is a good way of also maintaining the energy. And again, this is the peak measurement thing. In the previous measurement, this is the one that got me to a A, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be doing it in the final choruses. Like our actual waveform is here. And there we go. What we've got is overlapping vocals. You've got some of the vocals singing a riff, and then you've got other vocals contrasting with the first vocals, and there we are. We made it to that A rating, which is how I've got it recorded. And we go into a fade, and they're continuing to go back and forth between the main riff and a backup riff. There's always somebody singing every instant, and that's how it gets to that high rating. So if we now set it to vibe and reset it, we're now doing a vibe only measurement. And we're going to see what happens. Because one thing about this is that it's also going to rate very highly this way. I'm interested in what the differences in the curve are and whether it's able to sustain it. Remember, you're hearing exactly the same thing that you heard before. But the meter is favoring different peaks for outlining as a in blue. Another track that did very well when I added this feature is a Journey. Understandably, like unsurprisingly, Journey rates much better when you don't have to have it be as hype as possible. Although, interestingly, Steve Perry's voice registers very high in a hype meter too. And the lead guitar registers very high as a hype meter. But the band really likes being able to favor stuff like this. And we're noticing that measuring it on the vibe level, we're seeing a very steady, consistent rise throughout. If we set the meter to strictly hype oriented, then a lot of the middle part doesn't really build, and it takes the very final end to get there. On the vibe level, we're doing a very good job of continually building across the entire length of the song. Like big hit bands like this is how that stuff is built. You get there doing this kind of thing, and it covers an extraordinary range. The different kinds of music that work for this type of calculation is quite amazing. And this looks like it easily makes it to a grade of A. Pretty much throughout, it has been sitting at a grade of A. It just got there faster and then goes into the hype zone at the end. But measured by vibe, it's pretty continuous. It like gets to be A grade vibe and stays there. Oh, this should be interesting. I found one that did really well on vibe. So A grade for that. And it only got to a B on hype, which seemed really weird to me because this is like the hypest song imaginable. This is I'm going to actually put this on so that you can hear the snippets of it. And I'll probably end up being able to put this out as an evergreens, and so that you can hear the entire thing the way this is coming across. But for the moment, I remember this as having worked. Let's see how this shakes out. Hey, Sweeter Than Anything. So this track is showing up in the hype meter. I have already measured it. The hype meter, it rises to a B. But if we set it, rather than full hype, set it to full vibe, we're trying to register peaks that are a little quieter, about 6 dB quieter, rather than needing everything to be really shrill and aggressive. And we get something like this. This is Rehumanize Yourself off of Ghost in the Machine. Again, you can hear the amount of energy in there, yeah? The only reason this one is not blowing off the top of the score on hype is that the bulk of it is not as loud. It's not, this area is not smooshed up into the top area. Meaning that the reason it's not doing more hype is that it is not having enough limiting and saturation and that. Instead it has the cloud of peaks throughout, and it does a really good job of it. But everything is like, the body of the song is like 18 dB down. The drums are actually quite loud. You can see on the top dynamic meter here that the drums are going up to 12 dB down RMS measurement. The meter, of course, is making you look at all of the peak energy for everything. It makes you care about that and ignore the RMS, which is correct. But you can see that the peaks are actually hitting pretty hard. It's just that usually doing this kind of stuff, the peaks don't really need to be 12 dB or more louder than everything else. The drums don't need to be 12 dB or more louder than everything else. The only reason that's working is because they're very brief, very short and quick. And if the body of the music was a little bit fuller, like if there was a little more going on in there, so you could hear guitar and stuff a little bit louder than this, it would have an easier time pushing into the hype. You'd be turning up the cymbals, you'd be turning on the guitar, you'd be turning up various things like that in order to make everything sit a little hotter. Instead, it's doing this, filling up the entire area between 0 and 12 dB down with an evenly spaced cloud of peaks. And that's going to end up getting it up, and there it is. Okay, so I misremembered that, which is not wrong, that's fine. I remembered it as having scored super well, but in fact it does a C on the vibe meter. Interesting. We will label that. That's part of what I'm doing here, is filling some of these things in. and trying to find ones where, like here, I can, as long as I'm doing this, I'm pretty sure that Born on the Bayou is a good example of ones that register way higher in vibe than hype. And I'm prepared to give that a shot, but for now, let's just add Photograph to our list. Photograph, of course, is a AA hype level. And if we set it entirely to vibe, it's still going to blow the top off the meter. In fact, it might do even more. And that's because it's got that 80s-ness going on. In the hype measurement, we wound up with these peaks. These loudest drum hits being the hottest things. You can see them changing in size as you zig it that way. On the vibe level meter, this entire this mid-volume area is basically sculpted to just blow the top off of everything. Muttland is as far as this stuff is concerned. He has got it dialed into to a T. I should probably at some point check to find out if other tracks off of the Pyromania album do as well as this, because he does try to make them all very, very consistent. But this, of course, is one of the biggest hits. It shows. It is absolutely doing what you expect it to do. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to just continue to do it more and more. I don't know quite what level it's going to reach. I think it makes it to AAA when measured on a vibe level. There's nothing that surprising about something like that measuring really high no matter what you do to it, because it kind of sticks. It's kind of like, yeah, that's basically what you would expect. You notice it drops a little bit, because to some extent things can only go so much higher. I think I did Helter Skelter, and it did quite a bit worse on the vibe meter because it's all just about extremeness. And it pushes so hard, there's no relaxation, there's no space inside it. The vibe meter needs there to be more space inside it. And one of the things with Muttlange mixes is that it's quite good at having there be a lot of space in there. Let me push this over to where I can see when it's ending. We're consistently in AA territory. What's probably going to happen is that it will stay there and then not actually continue to rise going into the very end of the song, because that's when it will shift into full hype mode. But I could be mistaken. It would kind of follow with regard to what Muttlange tries to do with mixing and arranging if this version as well attempts to just continue to rise until the song is over. Because that's the intent. That's what that guy was trying to make happen. And on the height measurement, it absolutely does. On this measurement, I think maybe it's a little falls off a little bit there because there was a pause. But then it will continue to rise. May or may not reach level. This is also the version of the meter where it will continue going to the sky if the fade is really good. On the strict hype meter, it will not. But no, it has just dropped. It's run out of energy. So there you are. Photograph just made AA on the vibe variation of the meter. Now, I feel like this is the counterexample. This is the one where this rated E on the hype meter. But I'm pretty sure if we set this up as purely vibe meter, I'm struggling with my Windows. I need to go and make another cup of coffee and actually start doing proper work. But this is interesting in its own right, and I've wanted to get this information. So let's see. Hype, vibe. I could maybe change the size of that, although I kind of like the fact that it's about the same size as the button, the reset button. So this track did not rate highly on the hype meter, Born on the Bayou. And that's largely because it's dark. It is not the brightest thing. It sounds very, very 60s. I'm piping it through to SWB audio capture directly, although using content high to D. And the plugins that are involved. And so what we've got here is this is going to continue to build, but it never throws high frequencies or sustained peaks to get into the hype zone, which is kind of legit because the track is not that it's completely a vibe track. This track, Bayou, I think that there's a lot of hype to it, but really it's kind of more of a just bobbing your head along with it and going. And I consider it very strongly to be a vibe track. So its job here is to rate higher than the way that it rated in the E. And as you see, it already has done. If you set it to only high, like I can do here, whoop, it's still showing a lot of activity. And it's still showing very hype moments of extreme loudness, but it's just not built around that. So if you were trying to do, if you were doing some kind of funky song, and you were like, this should groove like Born on the Bayou, you would be targeting this kind of arrangement of dots, energy, and you would really want everything to be hovering between 6 dB down and 12 dB down. You'd balance it so that, you know, the loudest vocals don't bust up into this top end. This top end is just for a little extra space around everything. And as you do, you would see that it is really, I mean, we've reached a level vibe, and we're only halfway through. And it's probably going to find ways to continue to rise beyond even that. I'm not entirely sure, because we clearly have hit a middle section where it's dialing it back a bit. And that's fine. You don't have to be maximum hit record hype all the time. But I'm pretty sure it's going to break for AA territory on vibe grounds. And this is how you would go about it. In particular, if I remember the track correctly, and it's very likely that I'll be able to do this one as an evergreens because I've seen people react to this before. When you go into the final chorus, a tambourine emerges, and that's just the kind of thing that gives you additional energy in here, making this become a more dense cluster of optimal peak and slew combinations. It lets you bring more stuff in if you bring in that sort of final tambourine. And if everything starts happening all at once, kind of like how the Police ended up that first song that they put out, with overlapping vocals. You'd have this one belted vocal or one passionately sung vocal, and then there's another backing vocal that comes in during the breaths when the first vocal isn't happening, and they go back and forth like that, and that helps to produce this effect. And we're not actually going to hit any giant spikes of energy at the very end, but that's fine. It's hanging on pretty well. And there we see a track that starts out measured by hype in being an E. Measured by vibe, it's a solid E. And that makes all kinds of sense to me. It's even starting to rise as it goes into the fade, which is usually something that you want to have happen. You would ideally like to have it continue to rise in mojo and vibe and hype and so on as it goes into the fade, because that makes people want to hear it again. So yeah, solid A. And I will go through and measure all of these things, although I'm not necessarily going to measure all of these things literally on this stream. That said, I'm very curious about this one. Vangelis, Chariots of Fire titles. Big hit, similarly to the Creedence track. Hype-wise, this is an E. And again, this is Vangelis's recording system that is the same one he used for Blade Runner, for all practical purposes. Exactly the same time period. It's just that this one came out on an album, and Blade Runner did not come out on an album for many years. So this is actually a closer picture of what the Blade Runner sound actually is in practice, and what it would have sounded like in the theaters, for instance. So let's do one of those, and then I'm going to make another cup of coffee and go about doing some other work. And we'll move that over to here. Move all of my stuff around. Move that so I can see all of my window, and set it to full vibe. And again, this little knob, which I can't actually label yet, I'm tempted to try to figure out a way of doing that and have that be the upload, because it's a little annoying that there is no label on it at all. I feel like I should be able to do better than that. But full hype, full vibe. Let's see how Vangelis shows up in the realms of full vibe. Because this is where those sounds are going to be focusing. I mean, you should see the side 2 of this album. The side 2 of this album is bonkers. Oh, we also are seeing an interesting thing where we're seeing the chords showing up in the zero cross meter. And then as it starts hitting, boom, full vibe, very little hype. Hype tends to be these really hot peaks up here, and it will get there. This is normalized to 0. This is the dynamic range you can expect off of a 80s record, or indeed certain 80s CDs. But set to vibe, we're already approaching the maximum peak, and we haven't even started the main section of the song yet. Because this made it to E on the hype meter. We've only just reached the beginning of where the actual music starts. And it still got up there. And yeah, you can hear that, you can hear it, I can't because I don't have it playing through my speakers. I'm giving it to the content ID. were. But this is that 80s Vangelis studio sound. And if it works, I will do a full evergreens on this at some point. That's the thing is, you can see the list of stuff I have to work with. All of this needs to be documented so that people can hear what it actually is and know how to get there. You need to know how to do this kind of stuff. You will have a meter. You will have this meter. I'm going to, probably before noon, set it up so that the most recent version is downloadable. And looks like we've already beat the hype meter for this. Oh, it's really interesting that it hasn't hit higher. Maybe maybe it will hit higher. The credence track is very low on the hype meter and very high on the vibe meter. I feel like this is already rated higher in the vibe meter, but maybe it's not going to go that wildly high. Because one of the things about Vangelis is he's not thinking like a Muttlange. He's not thinking like a pop single maker. This is his take on, it's a slight remix of the titles of the movie. So he has completely other fish to fry, and there it goes. That was it. So the difference between those two things is when you set it to full hype. Oh wait, no, I have to have it playing in order to do that. To full hype, different areas get highlighted. I feel like it's all a little bit softer than it would have to be for maximizing on that. And that made it to a D, didn't it? Let me set up some other music like this. I can just throw this on. And I'm going to take my mid-morning break, make a cup of coffee. We'll come back, and I have not actually started editing the Van Halen stuff. I wasn't planning to edit all day, so there is the possibility of doing audio coding. I've still got that reverb stuff to do. But we'll do this for now, and I've seen this doing hype before. Let's see what happens when we set it up. It is now measuring vibe of this track that I have done and that you've heard before. The track is unchanged, but the meter is now telling you something different. Let's see what it does. Because I actually I was doing this mix referring to the hype version of this, if not a even earlier version of it. So this is not capable of referring to what the vibe version of it would tell me. Let's see whether I got it right or got it wrong. And I'll be back with another cup of coffee, and we'll be ready to probably do the most recent version of this meter and put it up for people to be able to download. Back in a bit. So let's see. We have done some measurements of vibe. In fact, we have done maybe a fifth of the entire list, which is more than I was expecting, but we're not really here for that. Again, there's my vibe list, and there's my hype list, which seems larger. Why would that be? No, it's not really larger. And I'm going to want to run through all of these things in order to get a nice little comparison. And then probably when I go for the entire one, which I remind you, those are not very big. This is the full list, which includes a whole bunch, like all of these police songs that aren't already covered here. Stevie Wonder, I got a whole bunch of Rolling Stones, including some very scrunchy stuff. Like, when I say scrunchy stuff, I am not fooling. So that degree of crackly is what I'm used to here. And that's after some initial depopping. So inventing a declicker would be nice. I'm not going to lie. That would be good. But yeah, this entire collection of all of this stuff, I would like to get all of this rated at some point. I'm not sure if I want to go full on with having the entire collection simultaneously rated by vibe and rated by hype. If I did, I would be able to do 2 CDs to take in the car and optimize them for each thing, and that'd be kind of cool. But that's also a lot of time and a lot of work, and we're certainly not doing it like literally right now. Although we did finish doing the Boston album, so that has now been busted out into individual tracks. These 3 still haven't done these. I don't know whether I'm doing them this afternoon, but I do know that I would like to investigate meter again. Oh, went to the wrong place. There it is. Don't know why I clicked on that. So here's how I'm building my meter plugin. And this is the stuff I was stuck on for a couple of hours the other day. I've clearly made the screen way too large, but that's fine, I suppose. Here we are. So this is my world for this stuff. So what was happening as I tried to make the control light up? So I can do this, and I've got it drawing this stuff, that's all fine. I can draw this here, and indeed it even takes on the name of whatever track you're on if you're on a DAW. Like you can put it on a guitar track named Fred, and it'll say Fred here, and take on the color of the track and all that kind of stuff. This is a simple button that you cannot really read what it's on there. I have not yet made a push button in the theme of the rest of this stuff, and that might be a good idea to attempt. I mean, it's not a bad idea to attempt. Don't know if I'm going to get there today, though. And this is my slider. And I can make the slider be any size I want, and I can stretch it out as far as I want in this direction. But I haven't been able to put text to the sides of it by drawing on the actual screen. See, this is the paint routine. So it's doing this stuff to set up the background color, or whether it's doing an image or a tiled image, whether it's drawing stuff on it. And what we do here is either use the track name or make the track name be a hit record meter. And then this is drawing those words. Only trouble is I can have it be centered bottom justification, but then if I make it be anything else, I can't do anything to move it. Like the dimension of get local bounds, I have not been able to make this change no matter what. And weirdly, it works with emboss scale. So I do get the effect that I was shooting for, but I'm not able to like add 100 and have the whole thing scooch over to the side. It seems to completely refuse to do that. So I'm glad that I got this part working, but nothing else is working. And that is definitely frustrating. I'm gonna... So the thing I'm grappling with here is, what could I do? Firstly, could I do something to make this button work? See, juice text button. So if I jump the definition of that, it doesn't know what it is. And that is somewhat unhelpful. But in Airwindows UI, what we're doing is we're overriding some of these things. We're drawing a linear slider, and this is copied over from the previous code. It's at the top, not at the bottom. Here's where you can see that it assigns letter grades. This is a hilarious method of doing the letter grades because I wasn't able to find anything that I could take a number and convert it into ASCII, so I just didn't. I just made a giant case statement. And this was more hours of work trying to even get to this point. And then it breaks into 2 A's and then 3 A's, and then at the as it goes off the very top of the meter, which is technically possible, it busts into 4 A's and then leaves it at that. And so that's how we do this stuff. And this is how we draw a linear slider, is this stuff here. But I'm curious, there are a lot of people who do much bigger things than this. I just tend to do it all clumped together into one pile. Like a thing this big is also going to have console X added to it, which is going to make it very overwhelming in size. And it's just the style that I do it in, because there are a lot of people who would be combining that stuff and needing to make it into increasingly dense abstractions so that you would have like one little, somewhere in a library somewhere it would have this, and then you would say draw text and parentheses, and then it would call all of this, and everything would be so abstracted that it would just go elsewhere. But for instance, this is repeated 3 times. Once for highlight, once for shadow, and once for just drawing directly on it. That is the slot. Same deal for the drawing of the text, because it needs to be drawn in various transparent colors, because whatever color or background color you're using, it's shading it with transparent whites and blacks to get the end result. but it's drawing it 3 times rather than making a special routine just to call with whatever you add this to, because I find it easier to observe a chunk like this and go, these are the things that it does them one after another, and then we're done. And this chunk could also do the same thing in other places, like for instance here. And it's the same as calling a routine that had those things. And yeah, the big picture, this has been one of the big pictures. I've always wanted stuff like this. So here's an idea. Oops. I feel like maybe this is the way to make, I'm not sure if that's the way to make the text appear. We'll find out very quickly. Because I think that might be the internal name of the thing. But there's a place where you can tell it what its name is. And that's the part that gets drawn. And I'm pretty sure I have overridden that with just blankness. Yeah. So audio parameter float, these are probably internal names. And I'm using the same code for drawing the slider. But if I'm not mistaken, I've pretty much just not filled in a name. So this might be the place that I fill in the name. We'll find out, because if it starts drawing text underneath that little slider, that tells me what I need to know. And it also might be drawing the text underneath the actual meter. So more will be revealed. Let's see what it does. And it might also be drawing text on that reset button, which I had shrunk down to a very smaller size. But if it's going to try to draw the text, we'll see it be a different size than it was the last time we looked at it. And we'll work out, does that even work? Can we make it use the text that way? So on and so forth. So what do we got? We do in fact have a vibe hype label under there, and I consider that to be close enough. It's lining up in a place where you can kind of sort of read it. We're not actually making it much bigger or smaller by doing this. We can stretch it out that way, at which point it becomes about this big, but it's somewhat offset. So what I'm going to want to do is stretch this out and make this be bigger, because I don't really have a good way of changing where it draws those. It's drawing the hype in the middle, but it needs to have them sort of be on the ends. And if I just add lots of spacing in there, what's going to happen is it's going to just start squishing them, because for whatever reason, it's not willing to draw the line properly. And I do see a very faint reset on this one. It's just that this is not one of my lines of code. This is Juice Basic, and I've told the color of the text to be the same as the color of the background. So I'd be wanting to override this too. And it does a thing where if you push it, it goes dark. What I'd probably want for doing consistent with the theme is drawing it like the slider knob, but then having it depress as you pushed it, rather than be able to move around as you pushed it. Instead of going gray like this, it would appear to lower. And you would not have the thumb. You would just have the shape. But I'm not sure that I'm there. But I am sure that I'm there as far as trying to do something with this little hype knob, because this little hype knob looks like it's going to do my job. And successfully, semi-successfully. See, it needs to be a lot bigger, clearly, because we've shrunk it down to far too small. Where do we do that? We do that here. We do that in resized. And where it says hype knob set bounds, that's where we define how big it is as we keep resizing it. So the orders of things that it's doing are X, Y, or across, up, down, meaning vertical, and the width and height of the control. So you might be able to see that the up-down is same for the knob and the reset button. However, the across, it's all the way over near to 1, near to the right side of everything, whereas the reset button is 0, 1. And we're also asking it to be a simple square, and it's refusing to do that because it has text in it. Juice will doctor things until it's doing what it wants, even if you tell it to do something else. We can also tell it to be golden ratio, because why not? Oh, wait, that didn't do that at all, did it? No, it didn't. See, those are vertical positionings. That's the positioning of the top corner. This is the height and width, and so this is the one where I would want to fool with my calculator a little bit and see what the golden ratio of 0.33 would actually be. .053. We could even make it be 0.54. It's not going to make a lot of difference. It's going to try to have that reset in there, so even if it does not have a acceptable width, it's going to try to force it to have the acceptable width. But this is the one where I can now start doing something more interesting. Let's see what we get when we, well, I don't know if I want to make it. I'm trying to decide whether to have it take up a lot of space or not. So if I was to position it where it started at a position commensurate with the golden ratio, it would be 0.618, and that probably would fit around the, well, we can see it. We can see what it looks like. And then the other bed gets something else. And I believe I have also just done that wrong, so let's undo it. Oh, no, wait. No, I did not do that wrong. So across, down, width, height. So width would become not 382, but we'll see what it looks like when we do it. And now let's see what we got. I'm glad that you're enjoying that sweeter than anything. So I feel like this is not the right answer, but I want to see what it did. Here's one thing that can be predicted. It is going to, and it's actually not that bad as far as useful spacing is concerned. But if we have it positioned in the center, that still is where that word hype sits. What I would like is for vibe to sit over here and hype to sit over here, but I don't think that's going to be possible. However, one thing I can do before reducing the size again is go to here and see whether I can put in extra spaces. What if I just had lots of spaces? What would it do then? Because in theory, it should draw that as a string. Spaces count as part of a string, so it shouldn't just throw those away. And if that works, that might be a way of me being able to fit it in the zone where I can make it do what I want. That said, that's a bold statement, because usually I spend hours not being able to make this do what I want. But let's see what it does. Okay. I'm able to put a bunch of spaces in and just have it offset that. So if that works, and that's a strong statement also because we don't know whether it's really going to work or not. So letters are acting a little bit weird, and they are not staying. The width is not actually. Oh, but you know, one thing about it is that I should also be able to tell the width to be a fixed width in line with where these are. Like it's starting it at a fixed spot, and if I stretch it and squinch it like this, you can see that the words are in the same relative ratio. They're not actually moving that much. Whereas the width of the thing radically changes to become like much shorter of a track or much longer of a track. So it has no bearing on, like I can do this all day long. I can add some more spaces. And we can do that. And that does indeed space them out. But then resized isn't honoring it. So, what do we do so here's what we're looking at. Get proportion. Height set bounds is taking area, which is the overall size of everything. It's get local bounds. And get proportion is giving us a much smaller chunk of that. How much smaller? The sizes we're specifying. However, it's varying too much. So what I am now wondering is we're doing this. It says rectangle and area get proportion. So on this side of the parenthesis, we have attempted to make a rectangle that is like yay big by yay wide or whatever. But on the outside of this parenthesis, if I hit something here, we are now doing a thing where the stuff that we're doing is getting modified by yet another parameter. And if we did reduce or whatever, in theory, we would be able to make it be bigger or smaller, because we're returning a thing that is another local bounds, another rectangle shaped thing. So can we just set the width of this area directly to a fixed number? It wants an int, so we'll tell it an int. Oh, no matching member function for a call to set bounds. What went wrong? Can we follow this up with setting width? because that worked, but we can set these things. We don't need to set the value. Can we do a set width? Yeah, because we got set bounds, right? We got a lot of these things. I don't see that. Oh, but. So set bounds changes components' position and size. You can also do it like we're doing it, which is with a rectangle. So I could be doing this longhand and just feeding in something else. Where it says area get proportion, we can do something else. So how would we be going about that? We'd be doing each of these things in proportions of area. So you see that I'm basically replicating this stuff for starters. And you can probably see where I'm heading with this. How are we doing? So in theory, oh yeah, we're turning things into ints. That's fine. We'll ignore that. It always does these warnings. Now we see whether this works the same way, because if it works the same way, we get to ignore the area for the width part. Let's find out. Because you remember, the positioning and sizing was cool. Up, and look at that. We have failed somehow. We are setting a width and stuff okay, but we've screwed up the positioning of the button that we didn't even touch. And this is now in completely the wrong place. Completely the wrong place. So that's very interesting. Why is it not over here? The X and the Y. This is the same kind of problem I was running into trying to move the word. Hit record meter. So we can do this, but now this is busted. So let's see what we need to do in order to make it work. Can I extend this in some way? Can I get floatx? Capital float. Doesn't look like it. Can I put it in parenthesis? and then force it to be float before we calculate it. And if it does that, then X will be positioned differently. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, I have a much simpler mistake, I think. I have a much simpler mistake. I don't actually want X and Y for either of those. And I'll tell you why. Up, one more. Because essentially all of these things are being calculated off the width and height of the total thing. So in order to make the size and the width, both of these need to be get width, both of these need to be get height. Neither of them starts with get X or get Y. Instead, the bounds knob of the height knob, its initial X coordinate starts at 0.618 of the total width. So get width, it continues to be the correct thing for both of those situations. I wonder whether that was what was going wrong with trying to reposition the text. Because I was like straight up failing with the text every single time I tried to do something good with it. That it would be interesting if it turned out that that was doable. See, so we use it twice, but we use it in different ways. We only have the one width number, the one height number, and then everything is built off of that. This ought to work. I'm very curious as to whether it's going to screw up the position of reset button or not. Oh, I see what screwed up the position of reset button. I got the height and width wrong. So yeah, maybe we're going to be editing Van Halen albums into individual tracks this afternoon after all, because if I'm making dumb mistakes like this, it doesn't bode well. That said, I think this probably got closer to what I'm shooting for. Because dumb mistake that may be, but it's very clear what I was doing wrong, and that's always useful. Sure enough. So there we have our reset button, and this, which is still set up to change in size as we go, because the spacing of those words has to do with the number of spaces in between them, but the font size is not changing as we go from side to side. It's designed to be able to do that. This is probably something I'm going to want to remember for use with other sliders in future. And that means that this becomes a fixed width. Height is still subjective. Width is not. Let's see what it does with 200. And then we will reposition the start of it. Okay. Starting to look like it's in the zone, although I don't like the offset of this, but I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Oh, the heck there isn't. I can put spaces in other places if I want to doctor this, and I think I do. And let's scooch it over, see how well that does. It's just going to do the best it can as far as this stuff is concerned. I will add another point there. And let's just put a couple of spaces right at the beginning to deal with that offset, which is being done by my code for the labeling, which I struggled mightily to get even to slightly work, and so I have no shame about doctoring it in this way to get it to work. It was very unpleasant to get that labeling to work on the slider. Oh, is it actually doing it though? I question whether this is really doing it properly. But one thing we can see here is that if we move it from side to side, oh, we're able to make it clip off the side. Well, that's not optimal. But we can include that in the calculation. I could have it be tied to the end just by including that 190 in there. Or indeed 180, because the size of those makes it seem as if I would like to shrink it down even a little bit more. So let's do that. The number of spaces is probably fine. So when I was talking about this, what I meant was area get width times 0.8. As that gets smaller, we start running out of room. So what we do instead is add the 190. Or I suppose we could subtract the 190. Want to try that? Let's see if it can. Let's see if that can give us a... And we're going to want to make it a little bit smaller than that still. So let's see what 180 does. And so now the bounds are get width minus a fixed space for this fixed size thing, because it's not changing the size of the letters, whereas usually it would be changing the size of the letters to some extent by resizing. But for this one, no, it's tucked into such a narrow little slot that it's more or less stuck the way it is. And you're not normally going to be resizing this anyway. So let's now see whether that did the thing I thought it was going to do. Kinda. I feel like it's still leaving... I feel like it's not counting the leading spaces, and that's a little frustrating to me. But I feel like it's able to go out to this extent, and I like that part. I just want to make them line up. And most of all, since this seems to have basically worked, if we make it be unreasonably small, well, then we break that meter, but you can expand it up to set the size of the meter and then go with that. It may overlap the text being drawn, but it draws on top of the text anyway, so that's fine. I can make it be a slightly smaller meter as well. And in fact, I think I'm going to want to. So let's see whether we can make it draw the height out past this track. Because it's going to start out like this. You should be able to move it to where the thumb could cover over these things when set to maximum. Like, oh, I want this to be all vibe, therefore set it all vibe, and you can't even see the vibe anymore because it's being drawn under the slider. Can we make it so that it can do the same thing for height? Or more? What did I just type? My key was in the wrong place. That's no good. So now set bounds, the size of it is 100. And we'll start it at 100 because it seemed as if it didn't really need that. And then we can reduce the number of spaces or find out that reducing the number of spaces won't help because it still refuses to draw it out in the place that it's supposed to. And I do not know the answer to that, but we're going to find out. Yep, see, there's your problem. it now refuses to draw vibe and hype because it's trying to make it be too wide. And the ... is in fact being drawn underneath this. So that kind of stinks. All of my letters are offset. Can I cheat? So it won't do that. But if I put a period in there, and then take out some of these spaces, now what does it do? Because if it's not printing leading spaces and I draw a period, hacky as that is, and I'm not afraid of hacky because it's like I'm not really good at this stuff. I'm good at pulling together what these things mean and doing useful things with them. But as far as getting that stuff right, forget it. And see, it can't go out past this area. It's not going to let me. But it's drawing that one period there. My trouble is that I need to make that control just a little bit wider. Well, that was funny. So we'll make it be 150 and like 145. Hopefully that will leave space. Let's make the height of it be just a hair larger than that too. And we'll start it at 0 rather than starting it. Let's see what we got out of these changes. Because I wanted to draw both the words vibe and the word hype. I made it be too small and then it couldn't do it anymore. We need to make it taller for it to do this, but we're getting there. The part that I don't understand is, can't we space out these spaces more? We got the period in there, setting one position. I can also, if I can get this to work, I can also check to see whether it is in fact killing the leading spaces, because the leading spaces are how I'm lining this up correctly, because I'm not able to line it up in the normal way. The routine that lets the slider be resized all over the place doesn't work with this, so I struggle. Okay. We are starting to look a little better. Can I add a little more size, first of all? It's not really looking very good that way, is it? Be taller. And I might just want to return to this 0, 1. And I might just want to add another space just to see if that does me any good. This may be forcing it to draw with very narrow letters. because it's going to be fitting within the allocated space however it can, and just does all sorts of things to try to get you there. I feel this slider could also be a little bit taller than that. Let's see what happens when we cut that down a lot and whether we can get wider letters. I feel like the letters are being made narrower because of this. So let's continue to jack this thing up. We'll make it be even wider than that. What happens if I do this? Okay, now it is too big, but we have the letters being drawn at full width. And in fact, we could scooch it upwards again. So let's maybe return that knob to an initial offset as 0, and then just dial this back a hair, and we might be getting into the zone. And again, the period and then those spaces are, we're going to check in a moment to see whether they do what I think they do. I don't love the period being there, but I mean, it works. This could scooch down a bit. On the bright side, I've got the width to be well within the range, and I'm interested in how natural I can make it look while having an initial setting of 0.5, which I think I can more or less eyeball. In fact, I think it'll start up that way. So we're going to doctor that by making it smaller again. And seeing how these changes go. So that's not awesome. I don't seem to have much of a range between, oh, I bet I know why. It's just not enough granularity there. Well, let's do a couple of quick changes. One, let's see if we really need that period. If we do, then it's going to be aligned hard left now. And then area get height is actually quite large, so 0, 1 is still quite a lot. And so let's see what happened. We should have the vertical alignment on it better rather than bouncing back and forth between not enough and too much. But we may or may not have the alignment of that text even remotely acceptable. So I feel like it's not honoring the alignment of the text. I feel like when I had a dot in there, it started there, but then, well, there's one way to find out, though. Does it care if I do this? If it cares that I do that, then that is an easy solution, and it will fall into place. If it doesn't care that I did that, I have other problems. It does not seem to care that I did that. Unpleasant. Okay. Meaning that this will be the same. I could get cute and claim that I was doing an aesthetic thing by adding an ellipsis to the beginning of vibe, ... vibe, or hype. Or write a longer thing in there, like adjust from vibe to hype. My problem is that if I have it in the center, it's not lining up nicely with the letters. The letters are fine, and the letters are actually adjusting appropriately to colors and background textures and all of that kind of stuff, because they're being drawn the same way everything else is drawn, with the exception of that one button on the corner. But the positioning of the letters sucks. And I ain't happy with that. Not at all. I don't understand why the bounds for those things are screwed up in the way that they are. Maybe I can doctor it for just the overall. I don't like the feeling of doing that, though. And I'll tell you why. This linear slider stuff was enough of a pain to get right for vertical sliders and things like that had to be resized in all different kinds of sizes and directions. And that's why it's drawing it where it's drawing it. So I'm quite unhappy with doctoring that. That was a more general purpose result, just in order to get this bit to work. We can do this. We can overlap it off the end of the screen by a bit. It's a width of 130, but it starts at 120 from the edge. What happens? It draws it right up to the corner. It's really bothering me that I can't do that offset right. Again, if I started the vibe with ... it would offset it a little bit. I could just put dots in there and pretend that that was the intention, as if it was like, oh, the aesthetic is vibe is supposed to be a pause after it, so I've written ... but really it's just positioning the stupid letters. You know, hype is immediate, whereas vibe, man. And we sure as heck have a lot of these spaces in here. That's not representative of what it actually looks like at all. I know an ellipsis is 3 dots. I'm going to see how well I can make this work. Or I can intersperse spaces. That would work. hacky. See, it's not really quite there, but it's kind of like it's there. My problem is I do not think I can get this hype over to the edge. All that's going to happen is I'm making the letters narrower and narrower as I go. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. However, I can put spaces in here, and that'll give me even more space. So let's see what we get out of that. Again, I think I'm not going to be able to push hype over to where the slider ends up. And I don't know why, and it makes me sad, but we're stuck. We're stuck dealing with this thing the way it is. And hey, look at that. That looks almost right. So if I just spaced it out a little more, which I could maybe do by adding multiple spaces between these dots, or only some of the dots. So what does it do when I try to do this? I'll also shrink it a little bit because I'm pretty sure I'm not using up that much space. The line of spaces in between is getting automatically adjusted somehow. These are the ways in which elaborate systems like this fight you and twist things away out from under you so that you can't do it. We're trying to force it to do what I want in a context where, oh, and look at that. So now if it's in the middle, it looks like it's relatively centered. You can go all the way to vibe, you can go all the way to hype, or you can cover the stuff up. But it relatively well. See, I could maybe take that one dot from between that and vibe. I'm just thinking of ways that I can fiddle with this. Like how does this look if I do this? Because it's a really crude hack, but all of a sudden it looked like it was lined up correctly with the slider, which is normally much bigger of a problem. Because I spend hours struggling with these sliders and drawing the lines on them. One thing I could do, however, is scooch the entire thing over just a bit, because that goes right up to the edge. And while I could, I don't really have to do that. So let's see. 2 pixels off. We'll make it just a tiny bit smaller. And let's see how this looks. Fussing with these details is, oh, I feel like that seems on the acceptable side, given that cranking it all the way, and I feel like maybe I'll add an extra space in, but well, do I really want to though? I'm not going to be able to make it go that much farther over. It's only going to make the letters narrower, and it's not going to move it farther over. Maybe I can even take some of those spaces out and it would still work. Is that really worth it, though? Because I'm wondering if it really is worth it. I feel like maybe it is not. Yeah. Blah. I think that's fine. By the way, this is the Rise LA mix. So this is the one that was considerably too bright. And if we rate it according to maximum vibe, we'll see that it's failing pretty hard. This was me trying to do this recording. This was me trying to do this recording and getting a lot of stuff wrong. For instance, my high frequencies, as you can see on the slew meter, are way too bright. And in general, I'm pushing stuff too loud and too hard, to the point where I'm getting right up to clipping. And that section of the song is not the section where you'd want it to seem high energy. It's the chorus that would want to seem high energy, where in fact that actually just ends up being even more distorted and bright. So on the whole, yeah, this particular attempt at a mix was a bit of a swing and a miss. It's the one that I demonstrated Console LA with, which doesn't mean that it's necessarily a great idea. And if I set it to the balanced area, all that happens is the hotter stuff pops out a little bit more, but this is never going to go below a very, very low rating for the hit record number stuff there. And so next time I go after doing this, I'm going to be approaching it quite differently. And the meter will guide me towards what I shouldn't be doing. And I will also point out that when I did this, the reactions I were getting were those symbols are too bright. So the meter is not telling me lies here. I was just making stuff too bright in the effort of making things be exciting. Let's call this something to go on with. I'm going to save. I'll do a build, but the way that we upload this thing is by firing up terminal and getting some of this stuff going. So I'm going to the correct place, and let's just sort of follow the get add -a m we're going to call it labeled. I'm going to call it labeled by pipe meter is the name of this commit. And push that. It's probably going to start trying to build a new build, but I don't know if it actually, I feel like we'll find out soon enough whether or not it's going to be able to do a new release. So if I do, oh, I did the wrong thing. Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I did it before, so we'll do it again. Okay, so it's going to be get tag and a number. So if I do get tag without a number, it is in fact showing me all the things that I can use. So we're going to follow up that push, which should have put in everything that we need to have the new version with all of that stuff, with a follow-up doing a new tag. Get tag 0011. And then I'm going to scroll back to see how I was using it before. Okay, get push dash dash tags is how you do that. I feel like the last time I did this, I did not know what order you had to do things in. Whether you're building a new thing or whether you need to push the tags first and then you push the update and it lets you have the thing, or whether you have to push the in this case, I'm doing the push the update first, which is probably going to start it building a new thing. And only then am I pushing the updated tags, which is going to set me up with the new possible release, which I can go in and set up to be downloadable. But I have to go in and do that once it's finished doing its thing. So I'll tell you, right at the moment, we're going to play with Van Halen records. I feel like there are a sequence of songs on this record. It's not the same as it is on the album, but I do have the album to look at, so that's easily enough fixed. It's a perfect recording, so I don't have to worry about getting the record dirty. And our first song is Running with the Devil. And then Eruption. So we're going to start right off with that. One of the things I would like to show is just show you what the meter does with the track Unchained off of Fair Warning. Because if I remember correctly, it's a beautiful thing. Is it blows up with like star quality effect. And they didn't actually like that song. They're like, oh, this is a stupid song. Why are you asking us to put this on the album? And then turns out it's an enormous hit. So sometimes the band doesn't even know which one's the hit. And that's why it's interesting to be able to check it out in ways like this. We've got some pops and clicks in here to fix. Although bearing in mind, as long as they are not, which some of them might be, substituting for peaks in the sound and interfering with the normalization, I don't really have to fix this stuff now, and I'm going to try to avoid doing that. Oh, that looks suspiciously like a pop and a click. Yep, absolutely it's a click. So I'm going to do that click removal thing of go here and then only a far. Rather than trying to go until it is a zero cross, I'm going to let there be a little bit of a pop there, but not one that's louder than the drums. And then that's the next loudest thing, and that clearly is a drum hit. Right at the end, too. So I can save this and then go back in and remove more clicks later if I want. And over to SWB audio capture and our content peak and our new vibe hype control. And there's a little picture for you of the first song off of the first Van Halen album. Starts with a bang. Starts with evidence of a lot going on there in the way of hit record sound. It looks a little bit like, I'm not sure what the clicks. I think that might be drums. Which would follow. I mean, a loud act like that. Absolutely, that could be drums. But yeah, here's your big late 70s, early 80s sound right there. And it's going to do quite well in terms of the meter. I can see it continuing to rise even now. Let's put this in the correct place. And move on. Because, yeah. Oh, that one's fun. That's a fun track. These could also be, I feel, slightly larger. Again, some of this stuff is going to be great fun to do a proper evergreens on, where you can hear the entire thing from beginning to end undiminished, unless Content ID kicks in, at which point you do have to hear it using the Content ID thing. But then that's the way that you can literally hear snippets of the Beatles or the Eagles that would never let you listen to it normally. So everything has its place. Eruption is interesting because this is one of those situations where... Yeah, check this out. Actually, I'll do that in a minute. I just feel like taking out some of these clicks while I'm here. The louder ones. I can always go back in later and remove some of them. I just am a little offended at the idea of like, okay, and our very first experience of saving this, there's lots of clicks and pops. Like maybe not so much. But I won't be too carried away as long as I can still normalize it. There we go. So that's the loudest thing, which is this noise. Clearly, yeah, drums. Here's another click in the middle of things. And that's probably, well, I'm not sure if it is. If you know this song, do you remember the bit where we have this very pause? And it's like, oh, wait until he comes in. And then Eddie comes back in just before going into the finger tapping stuff. Here, let's normalize it. And just before he goes into the finger tapping, that riff. Check out what it is on the meter. Big splat of high quality, this is hit record sound in a nutshell. Just what he's playing here, it just explodes out of the speakers with, oh my God, did you hear that? And then weirdly enough, as he's going into the finger tapping, bits of this still rates really high, but this is not the highest rated hit record sound. It's a little brighter than it needs to be. And pushing it to more hype doesn't necessarily help that much. Manipulating the hype makes some changes, but not that many. And yeah, so unaccompanied guitar still shows up on the hit record meter, even though it's better off having a lot of other things happening. But Eddie Van Halen all by himself is capable of making noises that register quite high. In fact, just for fun, if you did a song of nothing but this, just this little moment, and then I better do the content ID. As I don't remember whether this is one of the ones that trips you up or not, but I can set it to play. And then if you had Eddie just playing that little section, and that was the only part that you got, it would end up rating very highly on the hit recordometer. It's like an A+ moment. So you can basically repeat it and see, like, how highly does it rate to have just this little section. If it just continued indefinitely, it would get up to like a D or C hit record level all by itself. It's not, yep, there's a C. In fact, it might keep slowly rising up to D or something, and that's interesting. Oh, it looks like it is, in fact. We are still creeping upwards. Which is not inconsistent with the idea that this is a super exciting moment, which if it keeps on happening, mechanically it seems as if the level of excitement will just keep on rising. Part of the trick of the hit record thing is, are you able to build up to a point where it's rising, and does it just continue to happen? Have you like kept up the energy without a respite? And yeah, A grade would count as hit record. It is a known amazing moment in this track, and it shows up mechanically on a meter. This being the bit where he sort of kicked in, and I think it's leveling out at this stage, so it's A grade moment. That is amusing. Now let's save it. And here was our loudest moment, which sure is loud. Now, if you remember looking at the measurements on photograph, you might remember that the guitars in that one kick in and you immediately go, okay, we're off and running. Well, here's their cover of You Really Got Me. With a click that I will edit out. Or two. Probably just the one. I don't know whether these guys include room tone in their sounds. Not necessarily, but... And that's a classic intro as well. I want to show that intro too. But for now, let's edit the fade of this. Let's check for maximum peaks and see whether they are clicks, and that is not a click. That's part of the sound, which is way quieter than the other one. That's interesting. This was thrown. This is one of the things that they would be actually addressing in modern remasterings, is they would be making all of these come up to the same basic volume simply because they'd be making everything all loudinated. I'm not sure that counts as a click. I think it does. Let's just take the point off of it, shall we? Yeah, that seems natural. So, same thing we just did, but now with the intro chords for the cover of You Really Got Me at the level that it was played at relative to loudest possible sound. And I'm going to set it up so that even though you're only getting content ID, you will in fact hear it. Eddie called this a brown sound. And this is a good way to start a track. You can see that it's just firing on all cylinders. And nothing else is even playing, but you already have an idea that you're in for a hit record is going to immediately ensue, because the basic sounds involved are covering all the bases. You know, like the guy says, ticking all the boxes. The reason it's being drawn as two lines is because one of them is left and one of them is right. Both the left and the right line have some star quality going on. So let's see, save. These are exciting songs to listen to. I'm looking forward enormously to doing the Evergreens thing with them. One of the things I'm going to be doing with that is all the commentary is going to be the little text lines that I put on things. Let's see now. Oh, I need to be able to hear it. Switch it back. Ain't Talking About Love. Interstitial. That's the middle part. Here's the next one. So, Here we go. And pretty much same deal here. This is another section where literally the sounds used immediately tell you it's a hit record. Even before anybody else is playing, Eddie's intro alone rings that bell. So let's edit out the extraneous stuff. Trim that down, do our little fades in the beginning and the end. Here's our loudest sound. That's not supposed to be there. That's a pop. Fix it. Or relatively fix it, anywho. Ooh, wait. Hang on. The way this is lined up, I can scooch it a little farther over to make that one be connected better. And so we will. And I'll try again. That's another pop. Okay. Where's our loudest drum? There's our loudest drum. Our loudest drum is this. Hey, hey, hey. Here we go. Sounds appropriate. That would be an appropriate place to have the loudest sound. This is one of their big hats, of course. So our intro, and this time I'm going to leave it on the speakers. Same basic idea is that immediately I'm starting to play the riff, you're getting the kinds of pictures that you would normally expect to get from the full band playing. Because of things like the flanger he's got on there, the amount of reverb, stuff like that. It's similarly to where in Def Leppard records, and the guitars start playing, it immediately tells you, okay, this is what you want to be listening to. I know people, let's see now, like a guy that I've met is Joe Bonamassa's guitar tech. What am I talking about? Drum tech, guitar tech. And that guy is just a huge super fan of Eddie Van Halen. And so I find this kind of stuff interesting in hopes of being able to unlock some of these things and go like, yeah, so if that's what you love, here's some of how that's done. Here's where your peak levels need to sit. Here's where your RMS levels need to sit. Here's how bright you gotta be. Here's how distorted you're gonna be. And this is a guy who's paid a lot of attention to trying to get that, but I don't know that he doesn't like go to that much effort and then use too much gain and like mix it by loudinating everything and then wonder why it's not as satisfying. And this would be why. If he's listening to the CD version or streaming versions of it, he's not hearing this. This is how it really was. Ampersand? Yeah. Ampersand my ass. Apostrophe. Multiple apostrophes. Look at that. Yeah. Trust Van Halen to have multiple apostrophes bonking into each other like this. That's just what they're like. And I don't think I have on the one. Maybe I do, but maybe I don't. It's possible, because I know it has one of those insane solos on it. We do, yep. This is on the one. This has got one of those insane high-speed Van Halen boogie rock beats. just cranking away. Yep, that's actual drums. I thought for a second, oh no, it's all scratched, but no. So there are so many things that go into sounds like this. One of the interesting things is when you listen to it properly, it becomes extremely obvious that although Eddie was doing all the things that we know about, like using a variac, rather than using it to make stuff louder, he's using the variac to make the voltage lower. But all at the same time, he's got this grungy, fuzzy kind of sound that is not all that high frequency, but he's also not using as much gain as you think. And he's making the sound jump out of the strings in lieu of doing it with gain. Okay, what do we got to do in a minute today? Oh, the reason it's not doing it is because there's no Command T function for this. What I'm looking for is Command P, which is this noise, which is the loudest drum beat. Fine. And there we are. And here's that intermediary part. So let's play that on Content Peak. So if you know this song, you might know the part where Van Halen are just breaking into a cappella. Look at how quiet it is. Look at how quiet it is on the meter. Let's also do full vibe for this one. So this is them blasting away as hard as they can. Next thing you know, and that's so quiet it's not even registering on the meter. But it'll build up a little bit. And then we're back into the song. But they didn't lose all that much mojo for having done that. It's just they wanted to throw in that little barbershop section because all of the members, apart from probably Alex, could sing. And so they did that. It's interesting, in the Todd in the Shadows thing on Van Halen's Gary Sharon album, Todd really got into the concept that the vocalist tended to dictate the arrangements, and this was definitely David Lee Roth going, oh, we should do this, and then getting them to do that. Without him, they didn't do this. They did other things. And Sammy Hagar had him doing other things, and then as it continued to go, you ended up with basically just Eddie running the show. And Eddie and Alex tended to think in terms of proggy, like, complicated riffs, like this. And they would think of stuff like that. So they depended upon the vocalist for some of the larger scale arrangement ideas. And David Lee Roth brought useful things to that context. Oh, yeah, it looks like I have 3 more songs off of the first album, and then I left some of the other. I left off Ice Cream Man, Little Dreamer, and On Fire. But I, of course, kept Jamie's Crying, Atomic Punk, and Feel Your Love Tonight. So I got to copy those, and then I will have done another one of the Van Halen records. Yay. And on my own time, I can measure them all for the hit record meter and see what kind of letter grades I get out of it. Because that being part of my attention here. Got a little crackliness in here. Little crackle. And of course, that's the sound of Atomic Punk, which is an even more aggressive flanger. Kind of neat. It is like a sound effect that's pretty much just distorted guitar, but it's distorted guitar with so much of a flange added to it that it becomes its own sound effect. And I don't actually need to edit those out. I'm not sure why I'm bothering. I can fix them later. Once I've normalized it, I will see them all the more clearly. And I see something else too. But that's a waveform. That is music rather than click. In specific, that is this moment. That's where a dynamic peak should sit. That's the top note. I can probably play that little section as long as I cut it off. So where you should put your loudest dynamic is moments like this. Where everything kicks back in and you got all your vocals and everything. That's where the loudest noise should be. And that is where it is. Because it's a hit record. They knew what they were doing. More apostrophes everywhere. Oh, I've misspelled it. There we go. And these days, every drum beat goes to exactly that volume. And no louder. Not a iota louder. You can see how that's wrong, correct? Like you should be able to have all this stuff going. And then when it's time for the big final thing, returning to the chorus after the other bit and on out, it should go like this. That should be your loudest peak, like it is here. That's how that's supposed to work. It might not be a big difference in dynamic range, but like leading up to here, and again, this is all about, do you consider peak energy to matter or not? Well, in this, leading up to this point, our loudest peaks are like 2 dB down, and it's still completely loud, mind you. The RMS is roughly about the same, and it's all basically in the zone where you could put this on YouTube or iTunes or whatever, and replay gain would not punish it. You don't have to turn down or up anything. And then as you hit the final bit, and analyze that, your peak is 0.0 dB, and your maximum RMS is still 15 dB down. So that's a bunch of extra volume to have on tap for that moment, for that final burst. Going into the final chorus, that's when you do this. And that's what you got. This is Van Halen's first record. Big old hit. Here's some of how that kind of thing is done. That's what they did. That's where the peak hits. Hopefully I will remember to also mention all of that stuff when doing the actual evergreens and typing all this out. So let's see, this should be Atomic Punk. And then followed by Feel Your Love Tonight. Good, good, good. So far, so good. A little crackly leading up to it. This one, there's drums. And And let's see, it's the loudest peak. Up, we're only checking one channel. Let's check both channels. Up, it is still the same thing. That's where the loudest noise is coming back from that section. Seems legit. Now, they weren't necessarily fiddling around in a DAW to get this to happen. It just naturally comes about when you've got the mix correct and the musicians have these intentions behind everything. Fairly often, the big dramatic return is going to be hit harder than everything else, so it'll naturally turn into this. And there we go. It's definitely going to take a lot of time to rate all of these. I am quite interested in doing it, but it is going to take quite a bit of time doing that. So I'll keep working on it, basically. That part's certainly not going to be on stream, because unless I intentionally do a stream where it's like, yeah, knock me off the internet if you want, I don't care. Hit me with copyright strikes, because I'm going to play all these records and let people hear them as I rate them. Trouble could ensue, especially if I'm like rating Beatles and Eagles records. So I'm going to want to have a more freedom around that. Van Halen had a wonderful way with the vocal harmonies too. Michael Anthony on bass and harmony background vocal singing really did a good job with those super high notes. Often it's the bass player doing that. It's fascinating. Yep, that is a sound. That is not a click. That's a sound. Comes of beating the heck out of the drums. This is probably our loudest sound. Sure enough. Well, let's find out. Oh, nope, we do have to edit out a tick. This is a click. And that's where it is. Now how are we doing? Okay, that's a drum hit. That's not a click. Weirdly round topped. Is that a kick? Yeah. Kicks and bass and stuff hitting. The thwop. And there it is again, but this time it's louder. So a big burst like that, that's where you want it to be. And it's right at the end. See, this is also how you get the hit record meter to sort of steadily rise. In fact, I'm going to save this, being the last one on Van Halen. I also have to do the Led Zeppelin records, and I'm not sure how many of those you get to play. But I could still do an evergreens on them, even if they are content ID'd, by using my plugin to do it. But that's absolutely something I need to be, I got to capture that using the new recorders. Boom, almost all of Van Halen 1. Now let's go through, I'll let you hear the snippets of it directly. And onto the hit record meter. Let's actually go for full hype on this one. Let's see how it measures up on pure hype meter. Pass the audio through to the stream. Oh, wait, I have started it in the middle, haven't I? Let's start at the beginning. Like that. So Van Halen should be hype, if anything is. Mind you, there's a lot of vibe in there too. Yeah, it's actually doing very well. I think it's going to do even better hype-wise, though. Pattern that I would expect from an extremely high-hit record. As it's just heading up and up faster and faster, it looks like a damn painting, all in Klein blue. And off we go. So this is the picture you want to make for just blowing the top off, record-wise. And we'll just keep that going as we're almost halfway through. And we're already up to the level of C. With this stuff, the guitar solos will probably also lift it. But then at the same time, like the harmonies and are also capable of lifting it. Now we seem to, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have a final part that just takes off and goes up in either A category or even higher. Also notice the cymbals and drums. That's probably not pop sound. That's probably the impact of the drums. And you can throw a bass into there if you know what to do. And then there's that chorus and a big splat of energy. And it's elevating it into the we'll label that for hype. Because I feel that's like, why should I do this over again? I just spent a couple of minutes doing it. Or a little under 4 minutes doing it. And then the vocal outro is still just loaded with in fact, it's rising back up into the B section, and then there's our outro. And the occasional click on the end. So yeah, Feel Your Love Tonight, B-rated hype hit. That means I got to move this out of the way and go dig this up. Actually, let me just drag that over there and then drag it into both of the folders. One of them it's going to wait for me to do later. So vibe, it's going to wait for me to do later. Hype, we're going to go in and label it as B. Alongside stuff like Back in Black, Walk This Way, Roxanne. So yeah, Van Halen Stadium Act, man. I know this is a shocking statement. I feel confident in stating that these guys, judging by the measurements, are a Stadium Act. Who knew? And now I got two Van Halen. Oh, I should also take a moment. Let's take a moment and see whether the new update to the plugin is ready to go. Meter. So latest release is not in fact 3 days ago, it was just now. Let's see if that actually holds. Why do I not see? Okay. Let's work on this a little bit more. How about? Oh, I got 2 pull requests? Oh no, that's the machine doing it. I just told it to be version 11. Why isn't it honoring that? Also, this stuff doesn't get updated. Haven't worked that out yet. Tags. Okay, so we did in fact do new tags, but it's not generating new downloads, probably because I need to do some kind of change in order to force an update, or at least I can do some kind of change to force an update. And I was supposed to do the tag update first. Also, it's probably supposed to say V0011, and I got that wrong too. So great, doing really well. Top marks. How about we delete that tag? And we'll start over. And what might be good, tiny little change, like we'll move it just that much, a pixel further in, and that gives us a new upload. So now I think we did the upload and then the tag. We need to do it in the other direction. So oh, for heaven's sake. Bear with me while I do all this dumb stuff. Here we go. Now it should honor the thing I just told it to do. Nope, apparently not. Why do it do the thing it do? Oh, I'm still getting it wrong, that's why. So 0011. I do not know if I can remove this local one. We'll do that. It claims it doesn't have any changes. We'll do 11 properly with the V in the beginning. And we have now pushed the other tag. That's stupid. Why we do that? Let's reload this web page. What the actual hell? How do I get to remove a damn tag? I can remove it here with an interface, but I need to be able to remove it locally. And that is not something that is being friendly. How do I remove a damn tag? Okay, get -h tag. By the same token, I can do get -d and the tag, which will make that go away. So and I got a whole bunch of scrolling to do to get back to my, can I even escape? How do you get back to the, are you really going to do this to me? Seriously? Have you got me trapped in the, look, it's got me trapped in here. All I was doing was trying to find out what to do, but now it says end. And I can't get out. Oh, so that key was stuck. What's going on with that? Escape doesn't do it. Oh, Q, thank you. Got there. We are struggling with get. Fascinating. Let's assume that you have to do get tag. Okay, I deleted that tag. The way it's assembling these seems weird and leaves me confused as to which one it thinks it's using. And that's a concern. I guess maybe I have to do another tag then. So let's continue struggling with these tags. I mean, if I can get this pushed so that people can have this labeled properly, I'll call that enough to have done for today. There are so many more things I need to do. It's just such a giant pile of stuff I need to do. And I'm always getting bogged down with stuff like this where I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. But maybe it doesn't deal with this decimal stuff after all. In which case, I'll go to V010. Because what I'm looking at here, it looks a lot like it's hard to tell which tag does what, or what's most recent. But I know I can do it most recent by throwing on, by basically doing kind of like this. So that should give me something new to use. Seems to have accepted it. Then I do a git push. And now let's see what we've got here. We've got a pile of tags that aren't present locally. Let's remove these ones that are not being used. Oh, and we'll take that stuff down for the time being, which will probably let me delete the tag if I can find my way back to tags, which is a question. There we go. Nope. So what do I got to do? I got to delete this actual release, which I'm comfortable with because I'm about to do another one. Meaning that now I can delete the tag. And now I'll just do it like this rather than doing it some other way. They have to step up this way in order to do their thing. And that should be my most recent tag. So and at all. Git commit -m include correct tag, which is actually just a tiny meaningless change in one of the files, but it should trigger a new build. And now it is trying to do its thing. Doesn't seem to remember the previous workflow runs. That's weird. Why does it say labeled by pipe meter? Oh, 3 minutes ago in progress. There's a bunch of stuff in progress. How is it doing all of these updates so rapidly? Should it be trying to do that? Let's maybe make that stop. How about you stop? We're going to keep only the most recent. It is in progress. Oh, for heaven's sake. Now what? Really? Seriously? Are we suddenly not able to actually build the windows? For heaven's sake. Okay, so I feel that today is actually going to be consumed with this, because I'm not okay with not being able to build windows. I didn't intend to kill the Windows builds. That was never my intention. Let's shut down all this stuff that it doesn't really need to be doing. And let's go and find out what the heck is going on here. These are all sort of different versions of things. And I believe they are all going to fail the same way, whereas this one didn't fail the same way. So we'll let it keep trying to do this, but this is the one that's going to show me where it's gone wrong. Error, 2 errors. So now I got to find where the errors are. Does it highlight them in any kind of useful way? With a bit of luck, it's going to be some kind of oversight and something that I've seen before. A bunch of these are warnings. I don't mind the warnings. I don't know how to get around them. The signedness changes. The warnings of implicit conversions, usually I'm fully aware, and sometimes I've spelled it out like, yeah, it's spelled out float there. Clearly I'm converting it. My question becomes, and there's a warning, means, okay, that's more warnings. Warnings are fine. I don't mind the warnings. Oh, hi. Well, how are we supposed to do that? Because that needs fixing. Let's jump in here and figure out how we're supposed to be doing that. Because if I remember correctly, that doesn't actually have to be that. It builds fine here, but it's not present in the Windows build. So I didn't actually have to tell that to be MPy. There is no special reason for it to be. It was just me being a little playful. Where even was it? Did it live here? Haha. I think those are the only places, so I can simply replace that with a number. I think that's the number. It really doesn't matter whether it is or not. It can be wrong, and it's still pretty harmless. Now I want to go look it up, right? Of course, there is a fairly simple way of doing that, I think. I think I can just hit the calculator and punch in that number and it'll give it to me. 3.14159. Okay, so I got it wrong. 141592. So I was close, but backwards. And it doesn't actually need to be pi to 1,000,000 decimal places. That was just me being playful and apparently hosing myself in the process. Let's see whether it lives anywhere else. No, don't think so. Okay, so that's fixable, and we'll leave it on the same tag in hopes that it will honor. Well, actually, it's going to have to, isn't it? Because I may have made the tag, but I'm not going to have a successful run until I fix this. So we'll save, we'll build, we'll make sure that we can still build locally, and that would be the problem. undeclared identifier. Everything else is just a warning. There were only 2 errors, and the errors were what stops it. So these workflow runs just straight up failed. And we're going to do them again. On the same tag. Having just saved, we're now going to do git add a, which is one little tiny change. Git commit -m Our commit title is Windows doesn't know mpy, at which point we will also see whether the apostrophe or the underscore freak out Git's commit messages. Nope, it seemed to be fine. I feel like when I use an exclamation point in a commit message, it breaks something. I don't remember why. Push origin main. Alrighty. And if we refresh, we will see that it is now going to try to make the new thing. And if it succeeds in doing that, then you'll all have downloadable meters with the current change. And larger letter grades than previously shown. And the now appropriately labeled, although I still haven't done anything with that push button. But that's hours of work. I'm not necessarily sure I'm going to do that on stream. And I'm probably, I will say almost certainly, I mean, it said what the errors were and I fixed them, so we're probably good. It's busy a-working. And so will I. Let's look at some of the tracks from Fair Warning. Like this one. I need to be able to hear it to edit it, so let's fix that. And I've got that all sitting around. I never have any chat, I gotta say, but go figure. I suppose people just listen to me talk or something. So which ones did I have? I think I skipped around a bit. In fact, I need to look at the actual record because what's being listed on the back is not the right sequence. Yeah, I didn't want to do dirty movies, but I think I did Mean Street and Hear About It Later on side 1. Yep, that's it. Sometimes I kind of tried to dial it back a little bit, just not to bury myself with editing work and so on. That's a good intro. It's neat how a lot of this stuff leads off with noises that would make drum and bass producers proud. You can be a metal band, but put a lot of energy and effort into making like cool guitar noises to start your thing off, and it's the same kind of creativity that you'd be using. Is that going to continue? Yeah, it's just a pop. I was making sure it didn't skip, because if it skips, there's not a lot I can do about it. And it's going to go from about here. This is me just figuring out what I can do to make the pop be minimally obnoxious. That's probably the best I can do. Further clicks? Yeah, that looks like a click to me. Obvious click. When they're that huge, it's not hard to spot. And this is a good place to get it. There we go. Any more? Nope, that's a drum hit. You'll notice that the drum hits look different for each album, which is no accident. It's all going to be a little original each time. Fair Warning is a powerful, powerful album. At one point I was checking out what consoles each of these things were recorded on. This is one of them where I think this one is a, what the hell was it? Trident A-Range. Which is a very cool old console. So it builds up like that. There's a lot of hype to it, but vibe is kind of even stronger. But it's a very hypey sound. It's got a lot of edge to it, to the point where it barely even gets stronger when you start pushing it in the direction of vibe. And we have a big rhythm guitar chord. Honestly, this is a stronger vibe-wise than hype-wise. You can sort of immediately tell that as this one goes along, its energy is going to sit around here rather than up here. Although a lot of it kind of stays. But yeah, this is going to go up to very high rankings, but it's going to be favoring vibe calculations rather than hype calculations, because it simply is not as loud as and as intense as some of them. Interestingly, the amount of hype and energy in this album is really kind of off the charts. It's a really strong album. So let's see, there's my initial track. We don't have quite as many albums piled up, or quite as many songs piled up this way, but we do have a fair number. And probably have already got the new upload ready. So let's just do one more, and then I will know that it is ready. Hear about it later. You listen to these after not hearing them for a while, and you go, "Oh, that one has the amazing guitar solo. Oh, that one has the bit in the middle that does the cool thing." And there's just a lot there. It's like writing a novel. You end up putting a lot into it. There's lots of different little things. That's a drum hit. Loudest sound, tom-tom, right at the beginning of the track. It's actually this loud. I'm trying to remember what the one of this one has the killer crazy guitar solos. 1984 really started getting to the peaks as far as super killer crazy guitar solos. Yep, pretty intense. Okay, side B had a lot of stuff. And looks like we have something I can go in and set up for download. So if you're interested in what you see on the screen, this might be your chance to scoot off and, well, why isn't that showing up? Hello? I don't see downloads on there. Why am I not seeing downloads on there? Do I have to do even more to get this to work? Again, why don't I see the downloads? It should have finished. Release part of they are under assist. Hey, thank you, Giyip. Not that that means anything to me, but I can find out. Let's go back over to releases, or maybe this is not where I'm supposed to go for that. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have gone here. I should have gone here, I think. No. Okay, Giyip 2 says assist. That is not getting me there just yet, but the day is young. So let's see. So we could go to last week. I could go to this. I'm not sure if this is going to include an assist. Tags, releases. Create release, but there are no downloads for it, so that's a problem. Under assist. So I don't yet see assist on the screen anywhere. And that's a problem. So I'll go back to actions and see what else we can do. Caches, attestations, assets. Maybe I go back to here and then go back to here somewhere. Here's releases. Assets. Yeah, I might be in another people giving me the wrong information. Here's V10. Assets, source code. That's not what I need. And the reason is, so the reason for that is that I don't have any current actions building anything. So I just push this, and so now it's going to be able to include that. So presumably what I now have to do is go back into here, walk back through all this nonsense to this part. Let's delete the local tag as well, because we've now deleted the remote tag. So if we delete the local tag, that's not a right statement. So now we got up to 009. Therefore, if I create 010 again, it will probably force another build, and I'll have to wait for another 10 or 15 minutes before it can do anything, but we're in the right place, and I can do tag 010 and keep walking backwards until we can do push. Does that trigger a new workflow? We'll find out. Okay. I'm not updating the tag numbers on the actual binaries because I don't know how. Everybody's got to know what they got to know and fail to know what they fail to know. And I fail to know so many things about all this that you're just going to have to get by with the stuff that I do know. I'm giving you a hit record meet. Get up and back. So we've now pushed the tag, and so it's now going to take another 10 minutes. But in doing so, it is actually going to build the thing and then assign it to the new tag, at which point I should be able to make it. So let's go and, yep, I don't know. I am currently building the current one. Or rather, GitHub is. I'm not. I built mine. And meanwhile, Unchained. So this is a cute thing. This is the one where they didn't want to put this one out, and Ted Templeman, the producer, was like, no, you're putting this out. This is a hit. And they're like, what? No, this is a stupid song. There's nothing to it. It's boring. Why do you put that out? And he was like, nope. You have to put this song out. This is a hit. And they put it out, and it was a hit. So let's use this one and actually run the hit record thingy on it a couple of times. It's only a 331 song. Firstly, what's our loudest noise? There it is. This is also the one where they break into the little breakdown. Oh, hey, man, that suit is you. You'll get some leg tonight for sure. And then, hey, one break coming up, and then final blast brutal chorus. Fair warning is on the vibe scale rather than the hype scale, because it's actually all the Van Halen stuff is coming across kind of like that. It's 80s enough that they don't really push the super high energy 60s type brutality. Yep, and that's a drum. So we're going to normalize it, and we're going to save it, and then we're going to shuffle this stuff around a little bit while we wait for Windows to finish. So that's our full volume. It's full volume at different places in each track. Like this one, that's our loudest sound when it does this. Of course it is. Every time they come into that point, it's like the end of the world, super heavy. So of course it is. And let's go straight to the hype folder. And then copy it over to the other folder. Yep, I'm going to have a new update shortly. I am even now watching that the workflow is still running. It'll take a little bit to get there. So new vinyl, hype folder. Option drag that sucker to the desktop and then open another. Set to vibe. And we actually did Feel Your Love Tonight for hype. So I guess what I'm going to do is it saved? I did save it. Is just do the vibe version of it. Because I want to illustrate a thing. That being, watch what the meter does on this stuff, in particular the way that it responds to the heavy chugging of the guitar. Watch how it lights up in blue when that starts to happen. That is partly why Ted Templeman was like, oh, you have to do this, which is not to say that he had a meter like this, but he had an ear for what that does. And it's coming along. And there's your chugging. And it is a very optimally balanced hit record sound right from the get-go. And then throughout, it's 100% gold from start to end. It's just not complicated enough for Eddie and Alex Van Halen to like it as much. It's a little too simple for their tastes. Interestingly, it's not that simple. This part is where they start throwing a bunch of weird time signature changes in. But Ted Templeman just knew. He listened to this and he was like, no, this is a killer. This is a hit song. And he was absolutely and completely right. And it'll be showing that it's gonna bust into AA, I bet you. It's already reached A and it ain't even half over. The energy is only going to continue to increase. I suppose it's possible that it won't, but I bet you it will. I bet you it will. Anything that's flirting this hard with breaking for the top of the chart, it's like every bit as strong as any of your more producery kind of things. Like it's every bit as strong as anything from Mutt Lange and so on. It just happens to line up with those sounds. It's the density of them, it's the amount of things in the arrangement going on, choices that are being made. And then here's our breakdown. Oh, hey man, that suit is you. You'll get some leg tonight for sure. Tell us how you do. And even the sound, even those catcalls are actually kind of bringing in, because the projection and sonority of them are doing that. I think maybe it's not going to break for AA. It would have to really ramp up. Although on the end, there's a guitar riff that might help it. Where he starts doing tremolo picking and saying, doing that keeps the moments going. But no, I think this topped out at A. I think this doesn't actually break into AA. If we were looking at the hype, that's actually fairly high. So now it's got me curious. because we have worked out that on Vibe, it grade A. Up there with more or less everything that isn't like Def Leppard and so on. Comparable to The Police Next to You, Born on the Bayou, and More Than a Feeling. But now I'm also curious as to how it will measure up, measured according to hype. And we have now successfully built this thingy, meaning that I should be able to go to releases and edit this, and it has downloads. So we're ready to go. And there's my notes. And we're going to set it as the latest release, and off we go. Okay, folks. It's ready. Version 0.10 is indeed ready. And with that, that's cool. I promised I was going to be able to do that before the day was out, and I did. Did I get around to doing the height measurement yet? No, I did not. Okay, so I am interested in this. because we got up to A, but do we get up to even higher if we set it for full hype? Because I'm still doing I want to make the little list of things and use all the same songs, although not all the songs, because it'll take me a while to get through even the ones that I already did. And then see how things balance out in these various ways. Because, I mean, one of the things about this is pretty damn hype. And it's one of the reasons Templeman liked it. It is a super high energy thing. It's just going off like a firework. So what would really be amusing is if it broke higher than the Vibe version. But I don't know if that would be the case. It's basically the thing that causes the line to go is the size of all of those dots. So if there are more of them, that's important. But if they're really large dots, that's also important. And both of the measurement factors, whether it be the vibe or the height measurements, either of those are able to produce extreme results. It's just a question of which one has most of an effect and on what and where. Also notice that we've got those little tiny spikes of just a bit of extra high frequency in there. I feel pretty safe in saying that it should never go above the line for where the RMS would be if it was RMS. It's something somewhat arbitrary, but I feel confident in saying, no hotter than this and probably only halfway. And that would be your maximum energy. And yeah, we've gotten up to A. So, yeah, hit record, no question about it. Oh, are we going to get even higher? I doubt it. We're going into the breakdown. The breakdown is by definition a lowering of energy. And so there's no way they're going to lose all their mojo there, and that's the highest they'll get. But it's pretty high. It's a choice. Fairly often, bands will decide to do stuff like, here's where we're going to make a breakdown, here's where we're going to dial back. And so wanting to mechanically get the highest possible score has its damages. It's like you don't necessarily want to only just make the line go up, because it'll mean things like you don't get to have any variation in it. It's just everything has to build. And here we are, end of the song. And this is another A-rated hit record. So hype rating, also an A. Oh, it's not a double A. And did I end up doing the other? Yep, okay, Feel Your Love Tonight makes it to B in hype. And Unchained, more hype. I can believe that. That follows. Now I'm tempted to do the Feel Your Love Tonight on the vibe meter. As long as we're doing stuff, let's do all the stuff. Seeing as it's gone unlabeled. Full vibe on Feel Your Love Tonight. It's probably going to do really well. Just judging from how I remember it and where the energy seemed to sit with it, And indeed, this first album, the way that it's got a lot of energy sitting here between the 6 dB and 12 dB down point, it's just not fatiguing. It's just not exhausting, this album. And if you go over to the peak meter and crank it to hype, some of the hottest peaks start lighting up more. But most of what we've got here is vibe-oriented stuff, just cruising along and doing its thing. So we shall see. Also, some of these details of how the line is updating itself, it's not perfect. It's a work in progress. It may or may not be worth fixing that bit. You'll notice it's leaving little dots behind. And it's kind of all about how it draws its stuff all over the place, and I do the best I can with it. For me, it's about what it means rather than how prettily I can draw it. And this is going to give me enough information to work with the things I want to work with. I do wonder how high it's going to rate, though. I can click on here to reveal that slider that I made a comment on in posting the new version. It's more complicated than that, but that's a rough start. So vibe means all of this sonority coming through is sitting sort of in the mid-dynamic levels. It's going to be less shrill. It's going to be less intense. It's going to be sort of a more warm, full body to it all. Whereas hype, you kind of have to push as hard as you can. I can show you a clip. Oh, look, we're taking off for the range of A with the guitar solo. Are we going to get there? I don't know. Yep, it got there. So this made it all the way to A as soon as the solo started kicking in. Oh, are we going to go even higher, though? That would be interesting. It has a great ending, this song. But the great ending is an a cappella ending. So that's very vibey, but that's not as vibey as the full band. And it lost a little energy, but it broke right into the A territory. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that this scored as highly as it does, leaving little scatters of recent settings the entire time. A. Grade A. So yeah, by comparison, it rates grade B for hype, but grade A for vibe. And Unchained is grade A for both. And just by a little sort of example, the Beatles' Birthday and Taxman rate AAA for hype. But here's one, oh, I bet I can do this. I'm still in the middle of copying out the Van Halen record, but as long as we're talking about this stuff, I'm going to show you more about how this works, seeing as you can now download the... Let me go and link. I'm going to do my level best to go and link. I'm going to throw the link in the chat, and we're going to do that. So if this works, that is today's update. It's just done 14 minutes ago. It's fresh and hot off of the griddle and ready for you to play with. And here's what it means. So hype, AC/DC, let there be rock. Let's measure that before returning to the Van Halen editing. And I'm going to set it up on the meter. We're going to set it up to hype, and you will see what, oh, actually, no, I'm not going to play AC/DC straight over the stream. I'm going to have to do content ID for that one, or content ID for that one, because you can't play AC/DC straight up. But we're playing it with content ID, so we're going to hear little bits of it. In fact, I'm going to set it to SWB audio capture so you can hear it piped straight into the stream. So enjoy your little bursts of AC/DC. You'll be hearing them twice over. Firstly, to show a little bit of where it goes regarding maximum hype. Hype to the max. This goes to AA. You can see where the sheer loudness of this is kicking in. Let there be rock. It is exhaustingly aggressive. As soon as you start losing the peaks to clipping, it goes away again. But you can go pretty much arbitrarily close. Like, you could take this and add another dB or two to it and get away with it. Which doesn't mean you necessarily want to, but like, you can see where the stuff that counts is showing up. And we don't see a lot of these heavy spots indicating that these are the peaks that you care about. Like, the blue spots can move up to the top edge of the meter. If you move past that, they go away. And the more blue spots you have, the better. So the space between the blue spots on the top of the meter is the room that you have. Watch. The intensity is just going farther and farther, and it's going to bust right into the top area. And the way it's doing that is by having all of these here. Not so much where the guitar is sustaining, but as soon as it kicks back in with a giant cymbal crash, once again, and they're all sitting right up at the loudest possible area. This is like the loudest possible AC/DC mix. It's way louder than any other stuff. This is Vanda and Youngman. Off it goes. Off it goes. It's going to keep going. Whether it is the full blast or whether it is the drum and bottom spot makes very little difference. No matter what, it's just full intensity. Yeah, the LUFS you can see, because of course this is the meter. This is an RMS. It's not technically LUFS, but 6 dB, 12 dB, 18 dB. So it's pushing up to about 14 or so. Every now and then it'll push close up to -12, and that's about it. Because the entire sound is full of NC. It's breaking into the area, which I think is where it stays. I don't think it goes any higher than that. But that's the sound of AC/DC just going full blast and as loud as we possibly can. And then when they sustain, you got a lot of added high frequencies that you don't necessarily want, and that's where they were just too grating and also this loud. Like the guitar, the peak of the guitar is over the top, and it's not going to do any louder. That's as far as it's going to go, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I could be wrong, though. By all means.
Crowd gonna
Look, it's taken off into the realm of AA already, and it's just heading into the final outburst. So I guess we just through AA to AAA. The lines are roughly like break through this area, and that gets you AA. Break through this line here, the 12 dB line, which is about as loud as you want the RMS ever to go, and that becomes AAA. Break through literally the top of the meter, and that gives you A. And yeah, actually, I don't think it's going to go any louder than that. Nope, it's dropping. Next. So here's the thing. We know that it makes AA hype. See, Let There Be Rock, first thing in AA hype. That's more hype than Back in Black. Back in Black only gets to B. It's as much hype as You Shook Me All Night Long. Never mind all this other stuff. Like, it's as much hype as Helter Skelter. I don't know what you mean. Explain more. Now we're going to take a moment and check out how Let There Be Rock shows up on the vibe meter. Notice how the vibe meter wants to respond to all of the peaks in this area, but there aren't any. There aren't any peaks in this area. It's all unbearable loudness. And when you try to go for vibe, a lot of that goes away. So what we're going to see, if I am not mistaken, here, let's close and reopen. Let's just do this over again from scratch. We're going to listen to it all the way through. It's going to sound the same as it did. We set it to vibe, 100% vibe. Let There Be Rock, because if you set it to 100% vibe, Back in Black leaps out and becomes extraordinarily good. It suffered when you tried to make it be 100% hype, because Back in Black has a lot more chill to it. It's not as exhausting. This Let There Be Rock is exhausting. But by the same token, this is going to fail really hard when evaluated for vibe. And let's give that a shot, and we'll find out. Because some of it does okay for us. As you can see, this intro here, before everything really takes off, is settled down pretty well.
5.
And I bet this section is also going to do quite well. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have the letter in the top. Got that big old letter. Oh, so that's what you meant by implement the rating system. Yeah, no, I had to draw the letter on something because otherwise I wasn't going to be able to do anything. I feel like maybe this is going to make it up to AA, but I'm not entirely sure because, like I said, here's the part where it has a decent chance of... Yeah, and the instant it starts getting really loud, you see it drop. What you're seeing with this measurement is that this era of AC/DC, Let There Be Rock era AC/DC, pushes so hard and is so exhausting that vibe sucks. Anytime you see this extra high frequencies kicking in, it's going to just drop like a stone. It made it to A, but I don't think it's going to do that much more because this beginning part is its best shot at being able to rack up really high numbers this way, is right at the beginning. As they keep getting louder and louder, as they keep getting more and more hype, they start losing the sound because it requires a little more space in the sound. It requires a little more ease in the sound. And this one track is almost perfectly suited to just unbearable hype levels at all costs. And damn everything else. Like, even Bon Scott singing starts pushing the hype so hard. I do wonder whether the drums and Bond sections might just get fingers. It might just get to a fingers picking double. Is it? Yep, it is. Okay, so this is going to make it to AA levels of hype, but it's entirely on the back of Bond singing and the groove going. When stuff hits and goes that hard, the vibe level drops. That said, I'm not entirely disappointed at the idea that this also is the vibe, but it's distributed differently. It hits. And in particular, this tells you the very useful thing that if you're doing a vibe, whenever stuff gets heavy is when it drops, like right there, where the guitar is just like, it just drops super hard, and now it's in, the D level, because the end of all of this is so exhausting that there's very little vibe left. You can even see it on the slew meter. Just because it's stupid hot, loud hype doesn't mean it's a good hype, but it can be very good hype. And so that's why I called it these things. Because I needed to be able to reward tracks that didn't actually max out the hype, which was a real thing, and it did in fact work. And that alone is an interesting discovery, but it's not telling you a story about what you can do with music and what matters. And when you start pushing this hard, this is like substantially harder than Mutt Lange mixes. In fact, what ended up happening with Mutt Lange mixes is he did Back in Black for them, and he did For Those About to Rock for them, which I have a track off of that for this. But AC/DC wanted this, like what's happening on this meter. This is the outro to the song. They're still playing, but they wanted to just push the hype so hard that the score is collapsing when you measure it this way. There are some plugins that I made that I love but don't have the source code. I mostly have the source code for everything I care about. Yeah, look at what's happening to this. Look at what's happening to this. This is a object lesson. It made it up to AA hype on the Scott being a very groovy guy. But you're supposed to be able to maintain the vibe to the end. What this is, if somebody is listening for vibe purposes, a load of what happens here. Yeah, and I think that's not unreasonable. This is the final fade. And the stop. So where a Mutt Lange mix, like Pyromania, like Photograph off of Pyromania, I really need to get a hold of a copy of Hysteria, even if I have to spend vast sums to get one sent to me or something. If you had Mutt Lange doing Photograph, then regardless of which way you evaluate it, either hype or vibe, everything will just continue to build until at the very end of the song, you're up here, the line's up here. But AC/DC, oh no, they're too badass for that. And so what they're doing is they're maxing it out on hype factor. But then if you're evaluating the amount of vibe in it, no, they've basically just killed you. They have killed your vibe stone cold dead. It has declined as they continue to play. This is their final output, at which point they're down to like Z level. The final sustain, they're like, oh, make it stop, make it stop. everything has pushed so hard that it's absolutely exhausting. It's distorting. You see this little red dot? This is where the loudest sound in the track happened. And the high frequencies are killing you. And the amount of energy is literally all sitting up here in the top 6 dB. That's peak energy. It's just all hovering around there. And the RMS level is just about perfect for this, but at what cost? It's all hype and no vibe. If you do a balance of it, then it'll still end up like what's happened here is AC/DC's Let There Be Rock, and the way that it's engineered and the way that it's produced is wildly exciting and absolutely exhausting. Like, you'd need to be stone drunk or something like that, which is not something that they were averse to. But for a normal mainstream music listener, they shut this off by now. They maybe found it very exciting for certain points, but then it just became exhausting. It just kept going and getting louder and louder and louder and louder, and this is what happens. So if you want to do stuff where people don't shut it off because they are exhausted. And I think some of the, like, I bet I could put up, even if Skrillex tracks, like tear out dubstep tracks, even if they balanced out on this in such a way that it wasn't just everything is distorted all the time, which it pretty much is, it would probably still do this, where you'd be able to do well on hype, but the vibe would absolutely crash by the end because it would become too exhausting. All the peaks are sitting up here. There's nothing happening, literally nothing happening in here. So you're basically stuck. You're basically stuck with it. And again, if I hit play just for a moment and wiggle this control about, you can see the peak area lighting up when I switch it over to hype. Hype, none, hype, none, hype, none. It's even changing the darkness of the black, and I did not really realize that was going to happen, nor do I quite know why it's happening, but go figure. That's fine. So yeah, a lot going on there. And again, they did manage to make it to AA rating, but that's on the back of Bon Scott when there's just only drums and him, and I think a bass. So it's fair. And if you did like You Shook Me All Night Long or Back in Black, those will do just as impressively, but they won't. Like if we do Photograph, if we do Boston Peace of Mind, which we did, or Synchronicity 1, the vibe values of those just continue to increase. For that AC/DC track, it peaked out with Bon Scott doing his thing and being a big personality, and then by the end of the song, it's just gone. And so that doesn't, it gets there, but then it squanders it through being exhausting. So let's keep on going with this as long as we've got a couple of more Van Halen tracks. It's an album. The Def Leppard album Hysteria contains like just so many of their hit songs. It contains Love Bites. It contains Pour Some Sugar on Me. Just so many of their hit songs. And it is a masterpiece of production and 100% Mutt-Lange. And it's a masterpiece in a bunch of different ways, honestly. It's also a thoroughly Def Leppard, so if you don't like that band, then you're not going to really get anywhere with it. But it's like Pyromania on steroids. So let's see, let's keep going with this. Try to hit all the right keys and buttons. Here we have another Van Halen track, but this one's somewhat different. Oh, let me hear it. This is When Push Comes to Shove, which is not a normal Van Halen track. It's not super distorted. It's like a lounge lizard groove tune. It's the kind of thing that you might get Robert Palmer to do, which is another example. I gotta grab that. Let me go find it. I know what I'm doing. That's the next one. There we go. I got the album for Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love so I could measure it. But this is the one that you want. Sneakin' Sally Through the Alley. This is some heavy, heavy soul, funk craziness. And then Pressure Drop. And that's a very vibey song too. I don't know how many hits were on this, but there's another good song, Here With You Tonight, which is on there. It has great playing. Like, this album has James Jamerson playing on it. I'm not sure on which track. I think it is Here With You Tonight. And then this is a completely unsung track. Some people can do what they like. This has a bunch of cool stuff on it. It's got a version of Man Smart, Women Are Smarter. And it has got a killer version of Spanish Moon, which I'm absolutely going to be recording. And the end track on side 2, the last track, Some People Can Do What They Like, is, I think, an amazing, amazing jam. And the whole thing, all of that stuff, has a tendency of being kind of like Robert Palmer, the guy who is able to get on stage and sing James Brown songs with James Brown and not embarrass himself. It's on YouTube. You can go and find it. That Robert Palmer is able to, trade lines with literal James Brown and not look like an idiot. And James Brown liked his singing and what he did. And those 3 albums that I just showed you tend to be kind of like Robert Palmer doing that and being himself, but also being on so much cocaine. So it's kind of like it's very like wildly fiending drug addict music. Like, look at this guy. This guy's having a little too much fun in the studio, man. I'm sorry. It's just not healthy. But boy, did he sing the crap out of these songs while he was doing that. And I think that's worth something. I don't think he's still with us, and color me unsurprised, right? So let's see, where are we at? What have we got here? We've just edited the beginning of Push Comes to Shove and put a little fade in it. So we're going to get the end now. That's a different song that I didn't keep. So this is the stuff that reminds me of the Robert Palmer stuff. Is this slinky groove going on. And it just goes, man. It does have distorted guitars on it, but not so as you'd really notice. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, Blue Baggins, but I don't know what to do about it. I don't remember it having to have that. If anybody else is using Windows, by all means, please like, let me know about it, but I can't do anything about it. The guy that would be able to deal with that is likely going to be Sudara, who's not here. But file it away. We'll deal with it eventually, assuming that that is a problem that I can indeed fix. But let's see. So we're going to save that in the main folder rather than do more evaluations. No, that's not Barry White. Oh God, that is strangely, there's a strange correlation there, but no, absolutely not. So when push comes to shove is one of those ones that's likely to do damn well on vibe and not have very much hype. Visual Studio is suggested. That is a tool for compiling things, which you should not have to do. You shouldn't have to have Visual Studio installed in order to build that. It's designed to work as a plugin. Let me go and look again at what I have. After closing this and maybe doing the last one, I only have one left. Let me do the last one, which is the one that I have left. Then we can move on to 1984. But this... I guess the last one I had from this album was If This Is Love. Yeah. I guess one of the reasons I kept this one was it has a bonkers guitar solo. Wild guitar solo on that one. And if I remember correctly, a bunch of interesting arrangement stuff in there. And that's just the beginning of Sunday Afternoon in the Park, which was Eddie Van Halen running a weird old synthesizer into his Marshall stacks, which is mostly all that is. I wasn't that impressed with it, so I didn't actually end up keeping it. That's a drum hip, so that's not a skip. So we can normalize it to this, and I'll end up eventually measuring it and stuff. But for now, not even going to listen to much of it. Windows 7 32-bit. You know, you got me curious. I feel like I'd like my stuff to be able to run on Windows 7. I'd also like to know whether anybody out there is running more recent versions and is being okay with it, or whether it's still causing problems, because I don't actually know whether the Windows build that I just made is just straight up completely broken and doesn't work for anybody. I'm not a Windows user, and so I can't test. A lot of that kind of stuff, there's big limitations around what I can actually do about it. Let's take a moment before jumping into 1984, which is a much bigger Van Halen album. And I would like to get through all of these, especially since I've just got an update of the meter out. Let's play with some of these sounds for a moment. I was going to go through and double check these to make sure they're still doing what I think. But until then... Oh, thank you, Aiden. So sometimes it works in Windows 10, but I do not know whether I can have it be working for Windows 7. I'd like that. I'd like for it to be able to do that. It may be possible for Sudara to bring that in. For the time being, I guess I'm just going to mention that. In fact, why don't I jump on there and see about it. So here's my chat with Sudara. I'm not sure if I should say a guy, that's an assumption, but if I look at my YouTube metrics, then a guy. Type. Alrighty, so there we are, and let's quit out of Discord. So let's see, what else are we doing? We were going to do Van Halen, and I wanted to check some of these. What else was it? Oh, I remember. I was thinking, oh, you want to see the difference between Vanda and Young production and late Muttlange production? Because we have AC/DC for those about to rock. On the hype meter, this comes out as C. It's basically that chill and slow and dark and full production. But I bet it's going to do better with Vibe. So let's give that a try. Having to use Content Peak because AC/DC will whack my PP if I play them over. They're never going to let me do an entire React, which is a bit of a pain, but we can allow bits of their sound to peek through. Kind of like this. Let's see how high this peaks. Because we're evaluating on the basis of vibe rather than hype. Because their entire production is not going to reach the levels of hype. Their entire production is going to stay firmly within mainstream. It's going to stay firmly within vibe. And I'm going to say, you're going to hear that while I scamper off and I don't know, have a quick slash and wash my coffee cup. And I'll be back way before this runs out. Okay. Back. Check that out. As you have been hearing, we are going onwards and onwards. This track is a C for hype and a double A for vibe. Muttlange really knows how to do this sort of thing. Made AC/DC mainstream palatable so well that they basically got rid of him and replaced him with, I guess they self-produced for Flick of the Switch. And Flick of the Switch probably sounds a lot more like Let There Be Rock. I should get it, find out. If I find it somewhere, absolutely, no question. But yeah, this is your Muttlange thing. He is maintaining the balance of energy all the way to the end. And whereas hype would not actually... No, I bet that hype tries to rise all the way through. If it's a Muttlange thing... Oh, hey, you got it running? Cool. That means I need to follow up immediately with the thing that is, but only after I finish this. I really need to because I know what it's going to do. There's your end. Boop. So, double A for vibe. I figured it was going to do good. I didn't realize it was going to do quite that good. And yeah, in the hype category, it does not do nearly as well as that. I'm trying to think of whether Dirty Deeds was another... Let's try looking it up. Okay, Highway to Hell. Back in Black. Yeah, so these are all going to act about the same way. They are all going to do very bad for those about to rock. So this is among the biggest ones ever. Oh. They did this one apparently after. The question is, did he do Dirty Deeds? Nope, doesn't look like it. I should find this somewhere. It's 1995. That might be a little bit late, but I should find that somewhere. Some of that stuff not going to be that big of a deal. Oh, there's an older one. So that's interesting. I've got this. In fact, I've got examples from this already recorded, as I have taken it and captured at least Jukebox Hero, if nothing else. So yeah, I wondered whether Dirty Deeds was one of Muttlange's, but I don't think it is. Clearly not. Here's the one I was just telling you about. Let's do a little investigation there. Same deal. I don't know if these guys are as defensive as AC/DC, but all the same, I'm going to continue to do the content hide. Just because it's a live stream and all. So first let's evaluate it for hype. Well, no, first let's... No, I've already copied it over, so that's fine. First let's evaluate it for hype. Hype crank. Thankfully, it's only a 4-minute song, so it shouldn't take that long to do. But you just look at the way this is shaping up, and you can tell that it is designed to be mainstream palatable. Their earlier stuff also did really well. It's just that Muttlange gets involved, and the scale of everything kind of increases. So this beginning stuff is really quite a lot quieter. And then the big rock sections start doing this. See? And this is yet another one of those albums where Muttlange has tailored all of the songs to peg the hit meter off the top of the meter. The band is insisting upon going like, yeah, we want to do this long build-up thing where it's like... But they quickly kick back in again. I'm sure he wouldn't let them dial the energy back for too long. Only one else to do if you want to throw a change in there. And again, this is hype meter. And we're going to hit A. We haven't even gotten a third of the way into the song yet, and look at how well it's doing. It's another Muttlange production. That's the thing is, I feel this is probably going to do just as on vibe, although I could be mistaken. Because one of the things about it is that they really tried to just be over the top. And they're really not AC/DC, but all the same, they try. They try to be super aggressive and super hype. And Graham doing the singing is just belting away as loud as he possibly can. The guitars all have exactly the right crunch on them, and they're just they're more like Journey in the sense of real aggression, but they want to be so hardcore. And so in the hands of Muttlange, it just sort of builds. He's able to draw stuff out. Not perhaps as much as he was able to draw out of Def Leppard, because Def Leppard was just like dumb, aggressive rockers with a great willingness to just beat themselves into the ground. And they did, and it works out very well. But I think a little more comfortable. What I was going to do here is bounce back, and in fact we have actually got it running. So let me do that. And have we loaded? Just about. Oh, and it's going for AA hype levels. Fair enough. Oh my God. Trying for AAA. Yeah, this is Smart Lounge at work. The intention is to continue building right to the very end. I'd be a little surprised if this band was able to reach AAA, but they're certainly trying. So there you have it. So let me finish my thought. Okay, I needed to follow up with Sudara because I had more or less been like, there's a problem, and then I would need to tell him, like, it's not as much of a problem as you might think. I'm also having a little glance at the Airwindows section of Surge so that I can see whether anything's happening. Presets were having problems. Oh, I remember he was having a problem with that. Yeah, somebody has a gripe with crunch code, and unfortunately that's the gripe they're just going to have because I have no fix for it. So, yeah, as far as this Foreigner track, this is straight up AA for hype. Let's see what it does. Because, again, hit records, anyone? This kind of counts. Hey, Jonathan. Just saying, this track kind of counts pretty well as being a massive hit record and all. And that would be Foreigner Jukebox Hero. So now we have a look at how Foreigner shows up on Vibe. And it is just possible that we'll do even better, which I'm not sure how easy that would be, because there's not that much that can do better than that, but we'll see. Meaning we're going to do this over again, but this time it's set to all Vibe. And I can now shuffle these records around a little bit. I'm almost ready to put away the Van Halen records. We just still have to edit the 1984. Heard the roar of the... But yeah, the idea of this is to be able to mechanically generate ratings for these things, so you can get a bit of an indicator, not even so much as which ones to pick and put out for singles or whatever, but when you're trying to get a particular result, what do you do in order to get that particular result? How do you shape things? And I'm going to be doing that with regard to putting out Evergreen's videos, including the sound of all of these, undistracted by me talking about it. But then I'm going to be typing those little white text things along the top with whatever commentary I've got. And on days that I'm doing mixing, I have some ideas that I can do regarding mixing using these tools. It's about being able to identify, I want this particular meter to do this at this time, and therefore what should I do? Should I change the tones? Should I change the levels? Should I bring in a new instrument? Should I take this one instrument that I can use for extreme energy and remove it from the beginning of the song so that it only comes in at a certain point? There are possibilities for ways of manipulating these effects, and it's of course a question of what do you want to do with it? Do you want to make a straight up pop song that does nothing but rise in energy from the beginning to the end, or do you want to do something that does something else? And that's kind of the idea. Yeah, figure it out. Wouldn't it be interesting if this turned out to be all no vibe? I doubt that's true, but we'll find out. So I tend to think of Foreigner as being like, yeah, this is the band where it's going to be more heavy on vibe, but the distribution of this stuff, I'm no longer sure. I think it's probably going to break into AA. But I'm not entirely sure. Muttlange recording and all, I'm not entirely sure this is going to. I made it to A. I feel like it would be kind of shocking if the Muttlange recording didn't make it to all of these parameters. But I wonder what it's going to do. It seems like it wants to throw all of this up into the upper 6 dB. Sort of full, like it wants to be AC/DC even though it isn't, and so releasing all of its energy tends to be on the louder side. It's paying a price in vibe. It's probably not going to break into AA. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Whereas, you know, a band like Fleetwood Mac has no trouble doing really well on vibe. Isn't nearly as good on hype, but this one is paying a price for the amount of hype it insists upon having. It's doing the same thing, where all the energy is up here, and this space between 6 dB and 12 dB down tends to be failing, tends to be missing. It's just trying to be too loud. And that was it. That was it. It did not break into AA. That's really interesting. And I wouldn't have guessed that. And this is a Muttlange recording too. So he paid a price. He paid a price. The Muttlange recording that is the least impressive Muttlange recordings of all the ones I've got up here. We've got two AC/DC. Well, no, Let There Be Rock isn't one of his. We've got AC/DC. We've got Def Leppard. And then there's Foreigner. All the hype, but not enough of the vibe. Because they tried to be too loud. Huh. I remember checking these, the Cheap Trick, and finding that they were much better on vibe than they were on hype, because they're not very good on hype. Like C on hype, E. Well, you know, I mentioned Burial. Let's find out, because I tell you something. After talking about Burial in last stream, I went and looked and found that he was on Bandcamp. So, flex, voila. I bought 2 Burial albums just for that reason. I have not gone through and evaluated every single one, but damn right, let's go find out. Archangel, I know Archangel is a very big hit. Untrue probably also. I'm trying to think of which ones are likely to be the most. Let's start with, and McDonald's, is that a big hit? I want to hear this, so I'm going to put it on the speakers. I can use that, but this is not what I was thinking of. But let's find out. Yeah, let's use it. That seems very vibey. Very, very vibey indeed. We're going to copy to there. Archangel has groove to it, so I'm thinking of that one. And I've also heard Shell of Light, and of course Untrue is the title track. So Archangel, definitely a hit track, and Untrue title track. And we can use, for the time being, we can use M. McDonald's as a background theme. Let's start exploring hype ratio and see how loud this is, but it's all bass. Let's see how we do. I'm going to do content ID just on the basis of I don't know how he reacts to this stuff, and I have not got a habit of playing even the best of musics on my screen directly. So here is Archangel. I'm going to pull it back just a little bit. And you can see what it's doing. It might actually do very strong on hype simply because of how loud it is with all the bass. But also observe this. This is dubstep. It came out on CD. This is not vinyl record stuff, and yet the balance is mostly the same, except for there's a percussion element that does this. It's a spike that goes exactly up to where the top of the RMS is sitting, and typically not any farther. Occasionally it goes a little farther. And our big resonant sonorous sounds that are also loud are sitting in the deep bass. The zero crossing meter is telling the story there. And we can see that we're getting into distortion here. It's failing a little bit here because it's pushing a little too hard loudness-wise. Drops out. But a lot of this stuff, it's already up to a D rating, even though its loudness peaks are almost up to 6 dB RMS. This is doing its thing in a very, very effective way. And that's what I would have told you, is that styles of music have a tendency. I'm very curious to see what it does with vibe. Because this stuff would be blowing the heck up over vibe. When people run across new recording technologies, or they're stuck with new recording technologies, like they can only work in a DAW, people evolve kinds of music that sound good for the conditions they're in. This is a kind of music that sounds good for the conditions it's in, such as, let's have lots of bass, we're doing it on a laptop, and let's make it all kind of work and balance and fit and feel good. This is what you get. It's pretty much pushing to the maximum of loudnesses in a way that you could do better by not doing that. But he didn't know that at the time. He was just developing stuff on a laptop. And he is doing a really good job of, for a lot of it, having the deep bass. You can see on here, like, we're not even 200 hertz. This is all sub 100 hertz. You know, and if we go into the final burst, and when we bring those percussive elements in again, there we are again. We're a little loud, we're a little distorted, but on the whole, it's throwing a lot of it topped out at C. There's like rock albums that don't rate that high on the hype factor, and it's doing the hype factor without any strident mid-range. The red on the middle meter means he's distorting. When you're distorting, you're no longer getting these effective results because you're not actually able to balance peaks with slew rate. Boom. Burial, Archangel off of Untrue, sea-level hype, decades after all the rest of this other stuff, in a completely different genre, and it still shows up. So now we're going to label it that. And try it again, but this time, because I have never done this, and so this is new for me too. Going to sneak it back here, and we're going to measure it at all vibe. And see what happens here, because one of the things is this music is the vibiest music imaginable, but the loud elements of it are way hotter than that. The Beatles managed it twice. The Beatles with Birthday and I think Taxman hit a AAA. Look at this. I am completely distracted by what this is showing me. Look at this. This is a more even distribution of those blue spots than even the peak meter. You go to the vibe meter, and all of a sudden it's balanced even better. Because again, I feel that the key to amazing, great sound is when you're able to have this cloud, and it's an evenly distributed cloud. That carries a lot of weight, although my meter doesn't really take that into account so much, but if there's that evenly distributed of a cloud, that means it's happening a lot. Whereas areas like this, it's not as evenly distributed of a cloud because it's distorting. And everything is kind of all very loud. Because the deep sub bass in this is so deep that it kind of has to be loud in order to hear all those super sub lows. But yeah, it's going to come back. I'm not sure if this is going to go quite as high in vibe, but that one that you told me about in McDonald's, we're going to check that out. That might be very, very vibey. And when the drums cut out here, or anytime it's not actively distorting, look at the little cloud. Look at the little cloud there of sort of resonant, sonorous tones, which could be either the voices are hanging around about here, and then we've got the deep bass that's hanging around down here. And again, this bottom line is 20 hertz. 20 hertz is really low. It's really, really low. And none of this is off of a vinyl record. This is CD quality. You buy it off of Burial's Bandcamp and you get the original CD quality release. This is as close as you get to the sound that set the world on fire that so many people are fond of. And yeah, when he gets really loud, that's when it gets kind of distorty, which is normal for the context. That's not unusual. I guess hype is where this stuff is going to really show off, at least for this track. I bet other stuff, because bear in mind also, he loves that surface noise, and surface noise is not dissimilar to the sound of rain. And the sound of rain tends to trigger the meter. So a lot of Burial's aesthetic goes in this direction. We're just not doing very well on the vibe meter because there's too much of a difference between the super loud bassy stuff and it's all very dark, so the high frequency stuff doesn't really come out very often. It's going to be very interesting to see whether some of the other tracks do anything differently from this. Because this is a track that did amazingly on the hype meter, and then when we go to the vibe meter, it's only doing an L, and that's because all of its energy is in different places. So yeah, L. L, L, L. which is quite interesting because in some ways, like this is not designed to work on this meter. Let's try the in McDonald's vibe first. Let's see what this one does. It's fairly short. It's a 2-minute song, so that shouldn't take too long. It's probably going to stay really, really dark the whole time, but we'll see, because that surface noise does play a role. I don't honestly know what's going to happen with this one. I think it might just end up being, because it is so dark and only the surface noise is making any of this stuff register, it might just end up being very low rated by the meters. Because again, hit record meter. You could legitimately say this is the most beautiful sound ever without thinking it was a, quote, hit record, unquote. And I think, oh, look, we got little markings down there, which are also surface noise. And we have a tendency to go really loud. And we have a tendency for the peak energy to always be way, way, way above the slew energy, with the exception of bits of surface noise. So if you took the surface noise out, this stuff would probably sound kind of dark, because it is. It's kind of dark. Oh, vocals. Vocals will bring some more energy in. He is mixing the vocals as a rule in a way that would work with this. It's just that the whole thing is kind of not tailored to work with his music. Again, hit record meter. Now you could say wonderful music meter, that would be a whole other story. So let's see, got to T on vibe for this one track. Hey, Harlequin Sound, go ahead and ask. So yeah, we don't have anything yet that rates lower on vibe because this isn't really designed to work with that. Let's see what this track does on hype, seeing as it's just a 2-minute song, so we can zip right through. It's probably going to do a little differently, but not very differently. I'm going to go through all of his songs. It's just going to take a while. Yeah, also, if I can answer your question about consolidated, I will. If I can't answer it, then I won't. Or I'll say that I don't know. This is very pretty, and one thing about it, I'm hearing the same thing you're hearing, by the way, but I've heard it before. One thing about it is that we've got sustained notes and things, but look, even though we don't have the clouds lining up, we have little clouds of energy and different changes. Like there's a loud thing, there's some bright sounds, little bursts of something happening that brings it into this range. That's where it kind of jumps out for you. But rather than having a straight line, which was like the sound of a synth triangle wave going, it's always this little cloud of sound. And I think that's relevant. I think that's important. Yeah, deep rumbly stuff. I'm not sure what you do to make this style of music and then have it liven up enough to where it acts hit record like. You'd probably just bring up the background noise more. Because when you have just basically a subway rumble, it's very cool, it's very vibey, but it's not hit record material. So we got up to R, which is still very low, but we're going to have a look at untrue next. So RST is close, but it is not really quite the same. And here is another classic burial track. Everybody knows this one who knows burial. And we'll look at this one before moving on and doing something else, like editing the recording of 1984 that I've got, which I also need to do. So the question from Harlequin Sound, just a moment, which one am I doing? I'm doing vibe first and hype second. Is it possible to get an instance of Consolidated to rename itself to the FX chosen in it? Not at this time, although I don't know whether it might become possible to do that using the clap. As a rule, DAWs don't let you do that. Oh, neat. We are starting to see what this sound is like. And in this case, we have briefer bursts of loudness in this groove. So our title track here looks to be showing up pretty good. It's going to read way higher on the hype meter. This is not showing it off at its best, and yet it's still, I think it's doing a pretty good job. Also, you can see the level of high frequency sounds is interesting. In fact, the level of low frequency sounds is not as intense as Archangel. We're seeing similar levels of percussive noise over the background rumble. And it's acting kind of like a very bassy rock mix, where we're seeing the same pattern, so this is going to show up real well on the hype meter. I think it's not best designed to work with the vibe meter, but it's doing it. It's trying. I'm curious as to what causes the spikes to show up differently, because I don't think I'm doing anything different, and yet when you move the vibe to hype meter, the spikes on the slew section seem to change in color. Like, watch what they do. Actually, in that case, they're not changing at all, but I have high hopes for what the hype meter is going to say about this one. And this delights me, because that is my theory, that music arises to best fit the form in which it is contained. And this is a largely live music made on laptops in very arbitrary and weird ways, and designed to have heavy bass. And that is the characteristic of this particular sound. And yet, in particular with the hype side of things, when we start hyping the hype, wow. So I don't know if that's going to go to like A or AA ratings, but the sound that we are seeing here is going to be showing up on the hype level on the hit record meter in ways where some simply don't. Like, I could play you a Fleetwood Mac album, which is perfectly good and fine. It's a Sentimental Lady, early mid-70s. It's a perfectly good and fine record, and it is way farther from a hype level of a hit record than this, and that will show up on the meters. You can go to, and it's grappling with the same issues as this even, because the thing about that era of Fleetwood Mac and the track Sentimental Lady is that it is very bassy and dark, and it's not nearly as bright and aggressive as other albums of the time. They were just a very dark, bassy sounding band at that time. And it completely steps on its ability to do a hit record sound. You can do other things with it simply by remastering it and boosting the highs, and it lights up and starts sounding a lot more correct. But yeah, Burial, decades later, completely dominates that track as far as hit record sound, with an emphasis on hype, even though it's like pre-tear out dubstep that in some ways doesn't sound all that hype. And you mentioned hip-hop producers and lo-fi samplers. I should drag in my Beastie Boys, and we'll do that. Because I got a couple of tracks off of Paul's Boutique vinyl record. And I absolutely could investigate those, and you'll see very similar things to this, where the bass takes up lots of space, and a bunch of other information hangs around in this dynamic range, or lower. This is actually way bassier and denser than the Pulse Boutique stuff. The Pulse Boutique stuff just has huge spikes of bass that are constantly poking in. But the general background sound is a lot more chill. So if he was trying to mix a little brighter than this part would be lighting up too. Not that you want to make Burial brighter. It's like, oh, I'm fixing Burial by adding all the high frequencies. Next I'll go and fix Brian Eno. And yeah, the outros are basically just to chill to. Yep. So, vibe level, it goes to L. Same as Archangel, in fact. It matches. But I bet you we're going to see a very different shape when we go to the hype meter. Boop. So this should be interesting. And yeah, like tools influence your creation and determine what you can do. Oh, well, that's interesting. On the hype meter, as we begin getting it rolling, there's this really obvious black edge to this intro. What that means is the microdynamics are fluctuating a lot, because it doesn't. Oh, and we got Jackson Pollock painting here. This might be shooting for A. The microdynamics happening here means that there's little jitters in bulk loudness that are constantly happening. You don't necessarily see that on just a regular waveform. This is going to be interesting, seeing whether any changes in textural density here start giving me different results. Because we do seem to be on an upward trend, just very slightly limited by the fact that a bunch of his sounds are just straight up distorting. Or if not distorting, they're just maxed. And remember, the overall concept is still hit record sound. So you can have lots of perfectly valid music that are simply not trying to optimize for that. What interests me about this one is that the sort of satisfaction and sonority of these dense, bulky passages of bass are really persistent, and they keep happening, and they keep bringing it in this direction. Like we're not even halfway through, and it's already looks like we're up to about G or so. I think that's G. There's so much Jackson Pollock in there that I can't even see what the reading is. Probably next time through I'll be able to get a better glimpse of it. The number of spots in the way there are getting interfering. Yeah, we got up to G. But it's possible that it will continue to rise, that there will be moments where it goes higher. And yeah, it is a sound that is completely different from anything else I'm working with or dealing with. It's breaking all the rules as far as, like, if you listen to it on a laptop, you'd be very confused because you wouldn't hear any of it. All of it listened to on a laptop would be down to like here. Even this quiet section is throwing huge chunks of bass in. You can see them registering down here with the zero cross meter, which is telling a whole story. Look, the zero cross meter is drawing little waves. And back we go into this section. So what I'm very curious about is whether any of his use of voices starts to bring out stuff in this area where voices normally reside. Because it's all in the middle of a dubstep mix that's so big and heavy that it's dominating it. But normally you see voices showing up around here, and we know that he is using voices for stuff. Not only that, he's using voices without hyping them out and making them incredibly bright. They tend to have a pretty natural vibe to them, although they're also kind of found sound. So they're not really the projection and sonority that you would get out of a really good recording. Instead, they're like cell phone or off of MP3s or whatever, and just doctored and manipulated and pitch changed. And that might be stepping on its performance a little bit. But yeah, it's quite something to see how, like, this not only fits into the context, but it's also getting by in the complete absence of any of these tools. Like, all the rest of the stuff that I've been doing had, like, professional recording studios to get all of its sounds right. For the really high rating stuff, like your Mutt Land stuff, they would be getting really big classic studios. Oh, got all the way up to F. This doesn't understand what music is. Hit record meter is all about sound. Sound and only sound. Any notes could cause this. It could be all the wrong notes and it wouldn't matter. Now let's see if the hype levels respond to this end bit a bit. This end bit at all, I should say. I'm gonna say nope, I don't think it is. But for all that, we got up to a F rating when this is not a pop song or a hit record in the normal sense or a rock song or any of those things. It's a genre that doesn't fit in this at all, and it still pulled an F. That is quite something. It is just a little bit less hype than Owner of a Lonely Heart, and is more hype than a variety of Police songs and Cheap Trick. Well, Cheap Trick is equally balanced with it. That's extraordinary. That is absolutely extraordinary. And of course, Archangel is rating even higher than that. That's quite something. So I would like, having now updated the meter, discovered that I could fix a problem with the Windows, fixing the problem with Windows, finding that the Windows 7 is apparently able to get it working. I hope, anyway. Let's go through this final record before going and adding other records to the collection, namely a bunch of Robert Palmer, because I have now got Addicted to Love in these lists. And if I move this out of the way, we can see it. But I haven't stuck it into these collections. It's the only one I found off of this particular album, vinyl album, by the way. I don't have it, but I think I've run across it. I think what happened is I've run across it a couple of times and it didn't recognize the songs on it well enough. Which is no excuse, honestly. So you would assume that this would be all hype all the time. We'll hear little bits of it. And this is what Addicted to Love looks like on the meter. And if we adjust it for vibe, it's fairly evenly matched, honestly. But this is just the intro so far. Boop into the middle a little bit. We can hear a little of that going on. And yeah, it's about evenly matched, honestly. I'm not sure which would win. But hype, it does well for hype. Vibe, it does well for vibe. Halfway, I think it'll do a pretty good balance. And yeah. So you'd think this would be lots louder and more distorted, but this is an 80s. 80s isn't always about everything is louder and more distorted. Fairly often, 80s include incredibly hot peaks. And incredibly powerful sonority, which is also what hype is registering. So it's not just only the loudest stuff. Everything kind of shifts and changes as you keep modulating this. You can kind of see in the waveforms how, yeah, the hype makes the loudest stuff jump out and vibe makes the quietest stuff jump out. But in the middle, different things react in different ways. And it is not associated with only frequencies either. Oh, cool. Regarding MCIs, one of the things I need to do is start capturing my Eagles records so that I can measure those, because those are going to do really well in vibe. And a fair number of them are going to do very excitingly on hype meter as well. And I don't believe I have any of that in these lists, nor will I at the moment. But here's 1984. Firstly, the actual track 1984, which I suspect is also recorded into a Marshall stack. This sounds like, rather than having a nasty little synth, it's a nice synth, but it's still going into the stacks. It just kind of has that feel to it. And I'm going to treat it as the intro to Jump, because I'm pretty sure that's where it showed up on the video. And here we are. Great sounding synthesizers, by the way. And daring for Eddie, uber guitar player, to pull that stuff out. But he was also a keyboard player. I might have to stop and check Panama for hit record, like hype especially, but we'll see how this measures out. And let's see, peaks. Do we have any skips? Nope, that's a legit drum beat. A drum beat. So jump definitely goes to loud sounds. But is also one of your best bets for getting a hybrid sound where it's, well, no, I think this album is going to tend to push the hype to the limit. Look at it go. That's like Jake Isles levels, 80s Jake Isles levels of just throwing energy ferociously. If you switch it from hype to vibe, stuff shifts a little bit, but it's definitely not getting more, there's not more blue on there just because I switched it to vibe. This is probably going to be one of my high-level hype. Guitar solo should be able to continue to throw it, although I wonder whether he's... No. That's not really more energy in the vibe zone. That said, the whole thing has gotten up to B, but I'm not sure if it's going to go any farther than that. And the energy's dropping a little bit as it goes into the keyboard solo. So let's save this and go on to other ones. Oh, 1894. Nope. Now, Panama, this one I want to check out. This is a huge hit for them, and it's going to do very high on hype as well. So let's see. I mean, you can just hear it, and it's like, okay, that sounds pretty hype. Also, I'm interested in how Hot for Teacher will show up. That's another one of those incredibly fast boogie numbers. Exhaustingly fast. And that's the end of that track. There's also ones I've got simply because I like listening to them. Top Jimmy was also, I think, a hit. But the last one on the side I include simply because it's Eddie Van Halen doing his Alan Holdsworth thing. It's a track called Drop Dead Legs. It's crass as anything. It's like, oh God, thanks David Lee Roth for writing the lyrics that are the ultimate Van Halen lyrics. Just like, okay, yeah, you go ahead and do that. Why is this showing up the way that it is? That's interesting. It's acting like it's panned to the side. Maybe it's because the guitar is so hot. That would explain it. Let's find out. The guitar being louder than it would normally be kind of goes along with this being a very hype song. And it's a fine time to find out. Hype to the max. And we see, yeah, that's louder than he usually is. That's louder than Eddie usually is on the left side there. Interestingly, see this bit where he's doing the harmonics? It's almost up to the 2K point. That's bright as hell. And yet there's this tinge of blue in there saying that it is still getting the kind of sonority you want, even up that high. That's interesting. I will say that this is the track that goes into a sort of chill section. So we'll see how that affects the hype factors. On the whole, it seems to be throwing pretty good hype factors, although it's not actually breaking for like AA or AAA here. Quick glimpse into the vibe sector. Yeah, probably worth doing that. Probably worth checking that. I don't want to manipulate it for too long because it will. It's crossfading between what the curve responds to. So if I want to measure only hype, I need to not have it sitting around on vibe for too long. It'll kind of try to evolve in one or the other direction. And I like the idea of being able to dial in like combinations of these things and having it guide you appropriately for that stuff. You can see the loudest sounds are not offset, but then there's always a heck of a lot of that guitar, which is more on the left, and so it's making the entire track be imbalanced. Loud stuff, not as imbalanced. And this is also the part I was telling you about where it was going to lose all of its energy. Although maybe it gains vibe. It doesn't gain that much vibe. And then we'll probably see it ramp right back up again as it goes. But this is the chill laid back section where the hit record mojo is lacking a whole bunch here. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to rebound. Maybe a little bit. Interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a rebound from what it was. And then it stops dead right there. So this counts as a C rating in hype for the song Panama, which we can save here in the hype section. Or rather, we'll save that, and then we'll copy it over, and then we'll rename it. Boop. There we are, right up there. If it's next to the Police Sold Only, that's a pretty good level of hype. And then as long as we're doing that, we're going to check it out for vibe. Just see how it works out that way. And it's going to be pretty good. But yeah, the track after Top Jimmy, Drop Dead Legs, the interesting thing about that is the outro is something I consider just truly wonderful. Because it's doing its thing. It's this Van Halen song going into that. But then it goes into this sort of extended spacey outro jam over a sort of riffing groove. And Eddie Van Halen's lead guitar completely... Oh, and looks like we're probably going to do even better on this than on the previous one. Yep. More on the vibe than the hype. The outro solo on Drop Dead Legs just kind of soars. Starts wandering up through all these notes and going all over the place. And it just takes off. It goes into space. It's a very beautiful thing. I wonder whether David Lee Roth intentionally made it crass and nasty. Oh, look, we're at A level. Cool. We're doing well vibe-wise. Look at that. Look at that. Is it going to do... It might do double A. If it's able to do it before it goes into its breakdown. I don't think it's going to make it. I could be wrong. Maybe. It's trying so hard. It's so close to making it at a double A. That would be cool. But here's the breakdown. So I think it's... nope, that's a guitar solo. That might take it there. It's trying so hard to make it into the double A section. But it's not quite making it. And now that we're in the breakdown, we have lost all the mojo for the track. But boy, is that close to double A. That is the hottest day I've ever seen. It almost busted through. Neat. Not only that, the vibe section hangs on much better in the breakdown, which kind of follows. That makes sense. This is the kind of section that works better in vibe than it does in hype. You can't really maintain the hype when you're just like, oh, let's see if they can bust through into double A with the final part. I kind of doubt it. It's heading back down again, but that would be wild. It's clearly what they're trying to do. It's no chance. No chance. They're not going to do it. Yeah. Would you look at that? Van Halen, Panama. Hottest A I've ever seen in my life. Incredibly close to double A rating. And it wasn't that good on hype, honestly. But go figure. Groove. This one's all about the groove. It's right up there with More Than the Feeling, Jukebox Hero. And two other Van Halen songs it's right next to. Because it's alphabetical order, of course. Yeah, I got to do all the rest of these. A bunch of them, like... Stuff like Helter Skelter is going to be way the heck lower than this vibe-wise. Let's keep going. What do we got here? Top Jimmy. Very unhinged solo for that one. And not the longest of songs. There it is. That's the start. We're not going to fade that bit out. That bit stays. I'm happy that this is such a clean record because it's saving me time. Not having to jerk around fixing a bunch of pops and clicks like this one right here. That we don't need to be here. Definitely thinking in terms of doing a declicker for some of this stuff. But for now, let's quickly see whether we have any pops or clicks here, and I would say that is nope, that is a drum hit. It's part of the drum hit. See, here's another drum hit, and it does kind of the same thing. This is something to do with how the drum set is set up. You can have these loud hits like this. And that's just the sound of the drum. So that means we can normalize it. And that's as loud as you get. Oh, let's get back out of the hype folder. So my plan with all of this, in making all of this big list of stuff, is to start doing evergreens, and I'll be taking requests, but I'll be taking requests from patrons. So it's the one thing that I'll do that I'll make a nod towards people trying to get paid. And by people, I mean me, because normally I'm ostentatiously avoiding that. And it's not like I'm in any different position from everybody else. I'm just in the habit of really bending over backwards. But security is nice too. And so I will have that one thing be poking out there available for people to be like, I will get something from giving Chris a Patreon donation. It's like, okay, yeah, you tell me what the next evergreens you want is to be, and we'll figure it out that way. T is nothing. P is the one I'm looking for. Here we go. That's the drum hit. It's this drum hit. It's a loud snare hit. And that finishes off the first side of this album. This is the closing bit that I was telling you about. And there's the guitar. And that goes up to that high note like that. It's amazing stuff. I would quite enjoy putting this out as an evergreens. We shall see. Because there is such a big collection. And it only gets bigger because I'm like, I need to have some David Bowie. I need to have this. I need to have that. I need to have my Eagles. I've recently done a bunch of Creedence, so now I have Creedence. I need to have Blue Oyster Cult. Just so much. There is so much. I need to do this hit record analysis stuff on Don't Fear the Reaper. The album version that has dynamics, because dynamics on Don't Fear the Reaper is a big deal. Don't Fear the Reaper is the song where it goes, and boom, comes through and levels you like you got hit with a train. And you can't ruin the dynamics of that and have it still be as good. And I can put the record out where people, if I'm allowed to put it out, then you'd be able to hear what the dynamics of that moment really is supposed to be like, which you won't necessarily hear off of CDs or, God forbid, streaming. And the lovely, tasteful song that this outro goes to. Go figure. I don't think any of them mind it, honestly. I think it's just funny. I doubt that Alan Holdsworth would have named one of his songs that, and that's fine too. Side 2. Flop it over so that I can see what the names of the songs are. Beginning, we're taking literally every song off of this album because it's that good. Beginning with Hot for Teacher. Again, I'm going to see what this one does on the meter. It's very dynamic, this one. and it was a big hit. Starts with all that incredibly, I think that's kick drum. I think that's probably just an insane kick drum riff, although it could possibly be including toms of some kind. But I think this is kicks. Again, could be wrong, but I'm feeling like that could just be kick drum, which is an amazing performance. Let's get that straight. That being kick drums, wow. Although I say that, but that could also be a floor tom. Or some combination of it. Well, no, I lie. There's no way that that is only... There's all weight. That's another one of those keyboard ones. Yeah, I totally made that up because you know what? I remember this song and I remember what it sounds like when the rest of it comes in, and you can clearly hear when the larger kick drums come in. That is indeed something to do with a tom-tom, but I wonder whether it's like a roto? I'm not sure. I'm a little confuzzled about that. Okay, here's our loudest sound. It is a drum hit and not a click or pop, so that's fine. I'm going to ignore any pops or clicks that are not as loud as a loudest drum hit. And we're going to save it right now and then look at it without going all the way through, I think. It's taking a while to do those. And it's almost to the point of me defrosting food and being ready for dinner. So that's cool. And getting this done seems good anyway. I'm only going to be adding more records as fast as I possibly can in attempts to analyze all of this stuff and figure out what the result is. So let me firstly save that, and then I'm going to set this up playing with the content ID, and then scoot over and get my dinner defrosting, at which point I can come back and see some of what it has drawn. And let's assume that this is all about the hype. So off we go. I'll be back in a moment. Oh yeah, no, that's hype. Okay, that's good. Oh, hey. Oh, yep. Okay, so we know it's going to break into an A on hype alone. Now, whether it also has vibe, let's find out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say that's approximately equal amounts of hype and vibe. Even though it keeps having to stop to do their little skits. Neat. That is going to be Hot for Teacher. And that's going to rate as a big old hit song, which of course, in fact, it was. So no surprise there. Then we're going to do some of these ones that I just wanted because they have amazing guitar solos or things. This was also a hit song, if I'm not mistaken. I'll wait. It was pretty big for them. Oh, God, I have to do my Bob Marley again. Oh, God, everything. I have so many recordings I have to do in order to really study this stuff properly. As much as I would like to focus on rock-oriented stuff, or prog especially, but Van Halen doesn't really count as prog. They're just creative. So let's see now. Peak. Is that a drum hit? Sure is. Also, it's always interesting looking at the shapes of these things. Like, we got this neat spiky look. You know how I keep trying to make things be slew rate limited? Well, this is a form of hit record sound, and we see interesting correlations of stuff wants to go at angles rather than being other shapes or, high frequency spikes against other kinds of spikes. With this, we tend to see the same roughly pyramidal shapes of everything. And that's part of how it is doing its hit record metering. Is that we have high frequency shapes, low frequency shapes, but they tend to have that pyramidal quality in a fractal sort of way. Let's see. Did we just checked to see whether it was a click or pop, which it was not, so we can make it louder now. And this one would be more along the, well, maybe it's not vibe. No, we want to have hype on this one as well because it peaks out. With this Van Halen stuff in general, I think what we find is that the star quality increases as their volume and intensity increases. So they're not like dialing back and chilling. They're bursting out with high degrees of energy. And that's how we see and experience this band. Is they're grooving along and they're going, but they're also able to throw extremely high amounts of energy out. And it registers up here in constant use of the top 6 dB of the waveform, constantly stuff going on, hitting high levels of sonority as it does. It's just not quite the AC/DC total meltdown thing. We still have information here, rather than only information up here, no information in this band. And this is probably much more mainstream. You adjust the vibe and the hype. The hype gives you these really high frequency bursts and these really loud bursts, but then the vibe is able to fill in this section that's missing in like the AC/DC and so on. Or at least the AC/DC the way they like it. This song is called I'll Wait. Yeah. Maybe on Thursday we'll do more of the reverb audio coding. I've left it kind of late for today. I've just been busy doing a bunch of other stuff. I'm happy enough with that. That's fine. So let's see. Is this part of Girl Gone Bad or part of House of Pain? Wild track, this one. I always like that groove. It's only one note, but it's a really cool groove. And of course, Roth being big personality guy, which was his job. That was his job. This is his last album with them. And his literal job was being big personality guy, at which he was exemplary. Still is, I dare say. I think he's still with us, and it's amazing considering the rock and roll lifestyle these guys led. Eddie is not, unfortunately. And there's our final track, which is not going to be part of this. I just like the groove on this one. It just cranks. Those are big peaks. The peak energy for something like that, where it goes, ooh, boom. See, that's a big hit. Mind you, that's not the hottest hit in the song. I can see from there. But this is. But it's one of the toms. Whap on that tom is the hottest hit. Let's normalize the whole thing. Here we are. And hit save. Here's another very hot hit. That's a riff. Get a load of that. A lot of this stuff is great fun to listen to. Having normalized it, let's save it. And my oven is warmed up. And we've got one more track off of 1984 to edit down. And then I figure out what to do with the last 45 minutes of my stream. I mean, assuming I have to do this, I am in the habit of doing a given length of stream. That's more or less just my choice. Nobody's forcing me to do it. I'll figure out whether there's something good to do with it. Maybe we'll just keep looking at records. And House of Pain, final track. I think this is one of those ones with nutty guitar solos. Not that there are any Van Halen songs that have that, goodness knows. So is that a drum hit? Sure is. Is that the loudest drum hit? No, it isn't. This is. That's a lot of crazy guitar soloing right there. And this is a heavy riff too. House of Pain. So one thing we could do is scout the burial tracks for other things that might show up interestingly. Because I can do that by loading stuff up and loading the entire album up altogether. That is doable. So firstly, check that I've got all my Van Halen in. Looking good. And here's all the ones that I haven't evaluated for Vibe yet. So we could do that. After all, we've got this order, and then we don't have this order. And we don't really have time enough to get through all of those, but we could investigate some of them maybe. I mean, if anybody wants to investigate any of these, let me know. Because here's our list for these ones. And they're going to balance out differently. It's not going to be the same. Although there will be similarities, no question about that. Let's do the thing I just said I was going to do, which is let's start opening up entire albums by burial. For instance, beginning album, Burial's first album. And then I guess we just throw on Content Peak and get ready to bounce around a little bit and investigate what we can find. So here's Distant Lights. That is loud and deeply bassy and kind of distorted. So it's cool and all, but this is not going to replace other things on my list. It's just cool. It's just a cool sound. What about number 3, the space something? The Space Ape featuring the Space Ape. Fair, okay. Up in the middle here. Yep. See, this is Burial pushing about as loud as modern loudinated stuff, which I don't think is going to show up as well. It doesn't really matter whether I put it to Vibe or Hype, although I might as well put it to Hype for all the difference it would make, because none of this stuff is sitting in that middle range. It's tending to avoid the Vibe range. It's all about having loud sounds that are heavy and bassy, as you see down here. The stuff that really registers on the meter is registering low. Okay, how about this one? Number 4, Wounder. What's that? This is a weird way to hear this for the first time because I've never owned this album. So I'm looking forward. I'm going to burn it onto CDs and take this whole thing in my car, go around listening to Burial all the time. Loading it up like this, I can burn it onto like 2 incredibly long high-res MP3s, seeing as I can fit them both onto a burnable DVD-ROM. And then just put them on and go. Because it'll load them up gaplessly, as it has done. So this is neat. This is not setting the world on fire as far as hit record sound is concerned, but we're getting there. And we're showing the same that basic concept of our amazing sounds sit in the bass. And that's what this is about. Compare it to like the heavy rock stuff where it's AC/DC, and so the amazing sounds are all sitting in the upper mid-range and they're tearing your head off. This is not about that. That's what this one's going to do. Night bus. Night bus, I think, is not going to make any noises that register on the meter at all because it's all going to be really dark. I feel pretty confident about that. So while I leave that playing, I'm going to put my Van Halen records back. I have Van de Graaff generator pawn hearts. I have some Van Morrison, but they are very, very crackly. Okay, what do we got after that? Southern Comfort. I've never heard of this one before. It has an intro which is not very loud. But is very bassy and doing a bunch of things. Also, look at the cloud of points in here, even if they're not optimal in the sense of having brightness. This is a factor of cloud of points anyway, even though it's not lighting up in blue here. There's still something going on with that. And nothing I do with the vibe meter actually changes it. And we've got a little bit more in the mid-range happening here than on Untrue as a rule. This is a little not as far in the direction he ended up going. Because it's got loud, it's got bright, quite a bit of it is fairly distorted, and we still have information happening sort of in the mid-range areas here where later that kind of stops and turns into subterranean bass and vibes and stuff. But this is a little busier. Back into the meat of things. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. Let's dial that back. Maybe he did it more. Yep. We've got a noise that worked out pretty well for people. That's one of those things where you're out on the dance floor or whatever, and you go, "Oh my God, did you hear that?" There it is again. So a little space, and then a dubstep noise comes ripping through. The kind of thing that you would get in Tear Out. Like Tear Out would end up going in the direction having more of this, which probably explains why it got popular, although it can also be really abrasive. Something like Skrillex would throw lots more of this. In fact, I could test that theory. Because one thing I do know about the Skrillex stuff is that it does also have to have lots of bass. And that constrains things a little bit. He might end up more in your mutt-lange kind of zone than you even expect. But it's not doing this, right? So what's happening out there on a dubstep night is you've got the bass shaking everybody, and you've got space most of the time, with these dark gray areas being the huge bass that's just shaking the entire room. But only some of the time does the nasty mid-range come through lighting up in blue here and being like, oh my God, that's the coolest noise, and now I'm deaf. And then it goes away again. It's not continuing constantly. And that's what happened to Tear Out, is Tear Out started becoming music where it just continued constantly. And here we have a little more Southern Comfort. This got up to a F ranking while we were listening to it. Oh, and there's that noise again. The mid-range bassline stuff that is not old school dubstep but became Tear Out, that's the stuff that's lighting up here. It might not have been the optimum for the genre, but there's a reason why it caught on. People were getting excited about these sounds that were coming around like that, like the little snippet of one that we just heard. And you can see on the measurements that when the sound like that comes in, it kind of lights up. It kind of acts like a distorted guitar or whatever. People's engagement with the noise kind of spikes up when that happens. So like I said, I want to poke around a little bit and grab something. So I'm going to do a little sneaky nefariousness here on camera about hiding my screen, simply because I am looking up something that's very easy to get, but I'm going to grab a MP3 of it or something. And I'm pretty sure Bangarang is one of his biggest hits. Yep, that's a noise. Now, I do wonder whether there's anything else that's an even better example. So I've heard that before, but here's another one. Oh yeah, this is classic. That's Skrillex. That's absolutely the kind of thing I was thinking of. So I'm going to bop over to a nefarious site, not the most nefarious site in the world, but a place that I can grab that. I'm going to throw it away once I'm done. And I could always go and buy this CD somewhere. You could probably buy this CD on, oh no, wait. Look at that. It's 360p. I can just grab the video of it in a matter of instants and open that up. And if I want to get a real version of the music, I can do that too, but I want to see how this shows up on this meter. Using Content ID, because although I just found it on YouTube, I don't actually feel like... let's reset. Absolutely, it has to be set to 100% hype. There's no question about that. Okay, that startled the hell out of me. This is Skrillex, Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites through my speakers. Yep, this is louder than it needs to be. Here's the quiet section. And more or less as predicted, usually this is how this works. That when you're doing something like this, the parts that still show up have to be top-notch. I'm going to turn that down like 20 million dB. So yeah, this is what Skrillex registers on the meter. And you can see that the bits that aren't straight up distorted are in fact tuned to the nth degree to get the biggest possible effect. There is that. So you can kind of see how that works. Like, it's already pulling a C even though it's mostly distorted beyond all recognition. And that's because anything that does happen that registers is off the charts. Oh, there's an ending that is not overwhelmingly loud. That's probably going to make the meter blow right up. Because anywhere he is not actually distorting, it's dialed in really well. And even the stuff that is literally all distorting all the time is getting a lot of good moments in. Like here, let's see what happens if we just isolate this one bit. Because the rest of this, yep, this is Skrillex. Here's the bit that goes hum yeah, and it does that little pogo stuff. It's the guy that let's isolate it even closer. So if there's only the little moment of pogo and you isolate that, you blow completely off the AA and probably right into AAA or beyond. Let's see how high this bit can go. It's very well optimized. It's only a brief little moment, but it's the respite between all of the really brutal, obnoxious stuff. And I am going to guess that is going to get all the way to quadruple A. He just doesn't keep it going. He goes and does other stuff. And once we finish playing that game, we're going to go to the very... Oh, wait, you can't even see any of this. Hang on. I'll put it right back. This is what I've been looking at. I'm going to just throw it away immediately, but this is literally the bit off of YouTube. And this little section in Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites is such a refined and essential hit record song, it's going to go into quadruple A. I have no doubt about that. It's just pushing too much energy to do otherwise. I suppose I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think it's going to hit it. Yep, quadruple A. See, it's off the charts. It is possible to get a quadruple A. And it's Skrillex that does it in between a whole bunch of ugly nonsense. That's just like this. So when he's busy doing this, it's basically a T or worse, because there's nothing here but distortion. But some of those little bits that he throws in, the pogo-like stuff, and let's go to the very end and reset. See, there it is again. That little sample that he used is very well chosen. And it's coming across at exactly the right volume to be it'll sort of go through you and feel satisfying. And here is our end bit. I should also go and find the bit where it goes, oh my God, and see what that one does. And again, here we've got, it's quieted down a bit. We have a lot of high frequencies and loudness, unnecessary amounts of high frequency and loudness. But this is sort of the decompress phase. And the decompress phase is actually quite nice. If you repeat that, it's hanging around doing this at a much, much quieter level because it's where you breathe. And if we dial this from hype to vibe, it actually doesn't change all that terribly much. That's fine. Also, I'm interested in finding one little bit. What is this noise? What's that moment? Beat to beat. If we take only the famous scream from the middle of Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites and analyze exactly where that sits on the special meter. And clearly we're going to register on hype alone. Anything this loud, all it cares about is hype. And now we're just going to loop it. Skrillex knows what he's doing. Check it out. This is as loud as it comes across in the room at my normal listening levels, which you're probably familiar with. Check out how loud that is. Same deal. Same deal. One of the ways this stuff works is by taking moments to just nail these balances perfectly. I'm going to shut off the speakers because I don't need to keep listening to that. I'm going to take a minute and see how high this goes on the meter, because I bet it's going to make it to AAA, although it might not make it to quadruple A like the other one did. That's part of how this is done. In a way, this is like abuse of this type of behavior. But it is possible to do this kind of thing essentially by ear. Like Skrillex would have been doing this by ear. And I think it's going to reach AAA, but I'm not absolutely sure. Probably it will. I bet it will. Quite soon, in fact. Momentarily. Yep, it got there. It's not going to go much higher, though. That's not going to go to quadruple A. Yeah, so crappy MP3 of Skrillex's Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites. And when you isolate little key moments of it in between all the distortion, this is what it's made out of. It's made out of this and infinite quantities of completely splatted distortion. But the bits that are supposed to grab you, rather than just be a wall of distorted, tend to do stuff like this. The scream is dialed in perfectly to hit exactly this point of loudest possible noise. And it's made to sound quiet compared to the wall of sound that is everything else. You can see the that's what it looks like in the waveform. It's not actually peaking out. It's peak energy, but it's not flat topped. It's not distorted into a brick. But when you look at just that moment, the peaks are in fact a brick, literally as loud as they can possibly go. And that's another thing, because doing music, if you did music where all of your music was pegging it like this, it would probably come across as more intense than most of the Skrillex. Because it's like the way this works is most of the sound is just distorted all to hell. And then it breaks for these little moments, and the moments feel like it's a drop in volume, but a huge boost in intensity, and this is how that's done. This is what Skrillex was doing when interspersing the incredibly loud distorted stuff with moments of like scream or whatever, is in order to get the scream to be just dialed into the nth degree, this is where it goes. The scream goes to this level of peak energy, because again, those are peaks. They don't go higher than that. And the RMS sits around here, doesn't really go much louder than this. This is oh my, and then this is the God. And that's where RMS is supposed to sit for stuff that hits you as hard as possible. The rest of this is just kind of a wasted time. So enough with that. We were just looking at Burial, which is much more listenable. And it should be able to play here with the content ID going. And we'll get back into it. You can even turn the speakers back on. And yeah, so those are little rips, much the same as Skrillex had, but they're briefer, they're not overwhelming, they're not constant, and they're not between walls of distortion. Same deal with this. This is quite loud indeed, but it's not as loud. And it's also the brightness and the distortedness. It's up there, but it's far from what Skrillex was doing. So you can't really push that much farther than this without paying a price. Everybody goes around saying like, now it's exhausting. You've ruined the genre that I so loved. Fair criticism. So yeah, whatever that was, it was track 7, You Hurt Me. And that was a good little section. And we're back into it again. You can't really hear what it's doing very well. I look forward to listening to this properly. But what you can tell is that the way this is balanced and mixed, and again, it's mostly about the hype. You don't really get anything by switching to vibe. You'd have to drop the intensity of everything down a lot. But in the full hype zone, it's really doing pretty well for itself. Even compared with like professionally recorded professional studio stuff, of which there is plenty out there. Skip forward to this bit, which is, I think, the same track. Yep, same track. I can actually move some of this stuff over so I have more room. We'll do that. So this is track 7, You Hurt Me. This one is Gutted. What? I've never heard this one either. It's got very loud beats. The distortedness of those beats is extremely intense, but it's quite spacious otherwise. You can more or less see that in the waveform. Or I would be able to if it wasn't making it go to the center. This is the track. This is Burial. This is Burial's first album. And this is track 8, Gutted. It's probably going to have all the same kind of stuff going on. And yeah, it's taking every opportunity to do really loud bass stuff. With the album Untrue, it seems to pull back from this to some extent. I didn't see as many in the way of big spikes of distortion. And I think I hear the same kinds of vocals, but not as intensely as on Untrue. Yeah, he's using the same kinds of voices. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, and we've got something else over here. Burial track 9, Forgive. This is similar to the other ones that I was pointed to, such as in McDonald's, where it's a cloud of energy. And it's a very obvious cloud. You can see the cloud here. And it's always darker. It's not a full brightness cloud. And on the waveform over here, I see that there's something that is growing out of this. I think it is a building groove. Because you can see these spikes coming out louder and louder, and I believe that's got to be percussion of some kind. Skip ahead. You can't really tell with Content ID doing its thing. Yeah, heck with that. I'm just going to zoom in. Okay, I tell what, slow down. What is making these? Because it certainly ain't a vinyl record, Skip, because this is a CD. It is the waveform that we're looking at, getting to a point where everything kind of combines like this. See, that peak is just a waveform peak. That's not a percussion implement at all. It's like it's just the way the sounds combine, and they just expand outwards and get louder as it goes. Okay, cool. This is going to be more fun to listen to as I listen to it seriously, like put it on a CD recordable, put it in the car, something like that. I'll listen to his albums from beginning to end, straight through as they're meant to be heard, including all these bits, and only then will I start investigating them. Here's one called Broken Home. Same deal, we've got a lot of noise happening, and that noise is pretty well shaped to throw off all of these cues. It does have a tendency to go really loud, which I figure is going to be fine. It's like, okay, that's how this music goes. But you'll notice the sonority that's coming through here. And you'll also notice that it's registering quite high already. It's raced up to a level of C already. So that's quite interesting. Does this benefit from vibe measurements? Not really. No, it still wants to be graded on hype, this one. The vocals, I think, are helping with it, because those vocals are kind of loud and sonorous. They're mid-rangey. There's this horn-like quality to them that is blending with the loudness of the percussion and everything. And then let's see if I skip right forwards to the next bit, because it's going to lose all of its mojo that way. Oh, well, there isn't a next bit. It's doing a quiet section. That's fine. You get these little narrow windows of noises in there, and it's going to be interesting to listen to this properly. Again, like unlike the Skrillex, which I am going to, in fact, I am throwing it away right now. There's no reason I should have it. I just wanted to see what it did. This stuff I bought from Burial's Bandcamp, and you get to download both of these albums, and this is just how they were experienced. And boom, this one goes straight up to a B rating on Hype alone, and probably not nearly as much on Vibe. And that's on the strength of how well it is handling the bass, and how well it is handling the amount of sonority coming through here, and all the interesting stuff that's happening. Oh, looks like we also have some high frequency stuff. That this is over 200 hertz, so this is a loud resonant sound that is not deep bass. That's going to be the voices, and it just happens to hit right. So yeah, very cool. This one's called Prayer. Yeah, so that was Broken Home, I think. Yeah. So Broken Home, another possible... Oh, look at this. That's interesting. Is this going to be a vibe one? A little bit. Still doesn't change all that much. But Prayer is doing its thing at a lower level, which is unexpected. Bits of it are still distorting, mind you. But most of its activity is taking place at a quieter level. Also, those spikes there aren't bass anymore. Those spikes there are mid-rangey percussion sounds that I hear, that whack there. That's the same kind of snare sound you'd get out of like a Stuart Copeland. So the groove continues in such a way that it sounds appealing, that the balance of things are right. Very interesting. Yeah, this is going on some CDs. I'm going to enjoy this stuff in the car. This is great. I did not know about this album. I just knew about Untrue. It'll probably take a certain amount of getting used to, because Untrue is so powerful that it just sucks me in immediately. And this I'm probably going to like more as I listen to it more. But we're seeing a lot of the synchronicities between peak energy and slew energy that this measures. It's really doing quite a bit of that. And after that, this song is called Pirates. And that part's quiet indeed, but we're starting to get more into it. I do not know to what extent you can play Burial over on YouTube, but it would be fun to pick out the most likely one, and just I'll do a little thing where I'm playing in quick succession of all the things that score incredibly high, and in the middle of all that I'll also throw in some Burial, and you'll see these splats of Klein Blue all over the meter. This one's building up to something. It's building up to something quite well, actually. Here's where more is happening. It's become louder and it's got a lot more going on. That is legit. What's this one? Pirates. Oh God, look at this. Yeah. This one's kicking butt. Yeah, so this track is Pirates off of Burial's first album. And it is setting really high marks for an example track. That's really something. It's even managing not to be too heinously distorted. It's going to go for AA. Even though the sound of it might not be what you expect. And I think it's actually going to fade off again. It's giving up. Maybe it'll come back. It's taking a breather. But yeah, when the super heavy bass is working, it is absolutely, it's fighting its way up there for hype value comparable to pretty much anything else I've got. That is really cool. That is really cool. Let me see about... Oh, that's not the right thing to do at all. But this is... We need to analyze these. Burial Pirates gets added to the collection for study because this sucker is going to blow the top off of my meter, and it made it to AA. All right, see you later, Harlequin Sound. I've only got another 5 minutes or so. I'm just thrilled beyond all thrilledness to discover this track. Because part of it is like they're all going to be different. The point is that they're all different. But in maximizing this type of sound, and you don't have to go digging for ancient vinyl. I went and just bought this the other day off of his Bandcamp. And all the other stuff. Like, this is just a meter-related thing. This is my curiosity in wanting to know whether a musician that I really enjoyed ever just happened to take his style and morph his style in a way that performs. Wouldn't it be funny if this turned out to be one of his bigger early hits? Because judging from how this is working on the meter, this suggests that this should have been one of his big early hits. I'm going to have to go and find out whether that turns out to be the truth, that people were really into Pirates at the time. Because I think I am. I think I like it. And back we go to this section. It's a little on the distorty side there, but it'll back off again. Yeah, very curious. And then this final track is simply called Untitled. And it looks to be just some noises. Neat. Now we do a little quick look on some of the untrue stuff. That's cool. I found the thing I was looking for, the codex of missing burial hitmaking stuff going on. That was quite exciting. And he did it on stream. That's cool. Did it in the end of stream. Now, having done that, yeah, there is a AA burial track on the hype meter. It sounds completely unlike Def Leppard. And we love it all the more for it. So we already looked into our Archangel. In fact, I've already measured that. Here's near dark. This seems to also have a lot going on in here. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh gosh. Okay. Immediately know that we're going to look into near dark as well. Yeah, that's another AA right there. That's another AA. So what's this then? This is Ghost Hardware. Looks to be more chill. Though there's a lot of bursts of like, what I'm looking for is the Mad Jackson Pollocky stuff where it's like, oh my God, this is going to go for AAA in sound quality on this meter just because it can. And also when it's not full of distortion, when the distortion is a little bit calmer. Because I like it not being too aggressive. Yeah, this is good. Here is its outro. All of this stuff is going to compete very intensely with any number of 70s and 80s rock music on this meter. And that's what's so amusing to me about this, is that it's just people make music sound good to them with whatever tools they've got. This came off a laptop. And it can hit high levels. Here's Endorphin. Oh. And it is 5. I will scan my way through the rest of these looking for stuff that I need to copy over and study. And then I'm going to call that a day because I do need to have my tacos. And yeah, this is not going to register on a meter. Etched head plate, how about? We've got lots of bass and we've got well sculpted high frequencies. Remember how I said that high frequencies are best when they are filling this region but they're not going above this line? And look at this. This is throwing a lot of really strong and clear high frequencies, but they're not overbearing in the way that like the Skrillex was incredibly overbearing. This goes right up there, but it's not hurting you. It's a good balance. It's a very good balance of highs. All of this is going to become CDs, and I'm probably going to start listening to it even before I put it in the car. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. That said, this is so empty that this is not going to rate super high. It's going to rate about as high as like some of the Police stuff that I've got, which is hilarious and kind of beautiful. Because this is kind of like what those Police guys were when they were getting going. Oh, I'm curious. I've been listening to Fortet. I've been listening to Fortet concerts on YouTube. I'm quite interested. Fortet does also make me think of a particular thing, though. Fortet to me sounds like what you do when none of your sounds sound anything other than digital and empty. It sounds like what you do when none of your sounds will ever actually matter, so you just juxtapose them in interesting ways. And yeah, this is very vibey. This is a really well-balanced high frequencies. The high frequencies are not going obnoxious here. But there's just not enough happening to make it be a meter breaker. What about... Oh, no, I've already measured this. This is untrue. We've already measured this one. And it's amazing, and I love it. I love it, love it, love it, but that's not what I'm doing here. How about Shell of Light? I think this is going to be also rather sparse. And indeed, yeah. This has got its moments, but it's going to be rather sparse. It's just a base wash. And again, we've got extreme high frequencies, and they're balanced in such a way. This is what I would call perfect for aggressively hyped high frequencies that are not too loud, as they should go up to about here. It's just perfect, 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 perfect. Lovely, lovely stuff. As we bounce over into here, same deal, same deal. Highs are, yeah. So where are we at? Dog shelter. Let's see what dog shelter does. Ooh, jazz music? Interesting. Dog shelter is very dark and it's very sparse, and it's not going to give me any of my hit record mojo, which is fine. They don't have to. I'm going to be listening to all of this like crazy, whether or not it acts like a Mutt-Lange Def Leppard mix. You may say that this is not supposed to sound like a Mutt-Lange Def Leppard mix. Here's Homeless. But I find it irresistibly hilarious and wonderful when this incredibly niche stuff sets off the meter like it was a Mutt-Lange Def Leppard mix, while making completely and utterly different sounds. That to me is the coolest thing ever. So yeah, this one's also going to be too sparse. It's not going to peg the meter at all. Although we can skip ahead, see if there's any moments like, for instance, this area here where more is happening. This is going to have a lot of stuff going on, and it's still not going to be setting any previously unreached high scores on the meter. But props for such cool noises. And being something I'm going to want to listen to. Does it do better in Vibe? No, absolutely not. None of this stuff does better in Vibe. Vibe is for like Fleetwood Mac. This is not Fleetwood Mac. I've listened to this album repeatedly. Okay, UK. What's UK? Ooh, interesting. That's kind of drony, and there's more highs than usual here. Though it gets kind of loud and distorted. Ooh, this bit starts throwing some stuff out there. Yeah, early folktronica stuff like his record Rounds. I'll check that out. I will check out Fortet's Rounds and see what it does when confronted with this kind of analysis. Because that's my theory, is that it's possible to get into these zones from a lot of different directions. When you're trying to make music that balances. Okay, here's our last track. Raver. Interesting. Where are we going to go with this, I wonder? Again, this is Burial Raver, last track off of the Untrue album, the famous, rightfully famous Untrue album. I think it's not as dense with stuff, but it might very well still go to a place that is worth paying attention to. And the brightness is there, but it's still not pushing beyond. Like, I feel like this is the threshold of pain for stuff that's excessively bright. And it's all happening at the moments where it's actually clipping, but that's just because it's at full loudness for all these beats. That's all that means. You could dial it back a little bit and it would just be black lines rather than red lines. And yeah, we've got a building thing going on. And again, the brightness is being carefully controlled so that it's about as bright as it can get for these little percussive things without actually hurting. And it balances against the depth of the bass. And the bass is usually where all this information is showing up. If it was just a little bit quieter, we would not have, we'd have more to this. But this is as it was. This is what this genre did at this time. And it's definitely ready to go through to a it'll hit an average or perhaps even work its way up to a crescendo. We will see whether it's working its way up to a crescendo of Jackson Pollock blue spots or whether it's working its way up towards a crescendo of just distorted. Because for the pop music thing, what you do is you work your way up to a crescendo of blue spots, but that's not necessarily the motive of Burial. I'm going to say that's enough going on to make it worth including in the comparisons. And it's also a long track, and it's also the last track on the album. 13 Raver. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, man. So this is just on the album. This is the finale of it working its way, and it looks like, I don't know, Journey or something. One of their bursts of passionate intensity. And the beats go almost up to 6 dB without going too far. And the RMS stuff typically goes up to 12 dB without going too far. This is just beautifully balanced in every respect. Everything about this is just nailing what I would call a optimal mix topology for getting that stuff to work right. So yeah, Raver. Raver is getting copied into these so that I can analyze it and consider it alongside all the other stuff. So that's Pirates, Near Dark, and Raver tucked into each of these. That'll go alongside, you know, heavy hitters like the Police and U2 and the Beatles. Some of this Burial is going to beat some of the Beatles tracks for what it's doing. And that, I think, is very cool. Because I'm tight with some of the UK drum and bass scene and their weird little the forum Dogs on Acid and the motivations of why these people did what they did and why they wanted to do it that way. Very neat. Very neat. And with that, I'm going to call it a day. It's getting medium late, and I'm going to take it easy, although I'm probably going to be recording Robert Palmer albums tomorrow. And I'll see what I can do with all of this stuff. I hope you enjoy the most recent version of Meter, because it is today that I ended up sorting out my problems with GitHub and tags, and successfully putting out a debugged and fixed version of the newest one that has the vibe and the hype control even with the labeling and words and stuff on them. And it's all good. But for now, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.